Alright, I think I'm live. Hello, how's it going? I'm going to be looking a lot to the side because this is where chat's going to be, so just keep that in mind. But how's it going? I haven't done a live stream with a camera in a while, so I hope the setup works. I mean, it could be a prelude for, future fun stuff. But if anyone happens to be joining in early, thank you. I'd love it if I could have some, just basic feedback. Am I coming through okay? Does the audio sound balanced? And any issues on your end that you're seeing? I'm not sure if there's much I can do, but I'd love to know how things look on your end. Because if there is something I can do, I can fiddle with it while we get things rolling here. Hey, Just Ryu. Good to see you, as always. And we're going to be starting pretty slow. I don't anticipate getting a ton of people here, per se, but I hope that we get to. The nice thing is I'm also going to, some of the, more dynamic and interesting stuff we're going to do tonight. I probably will just, capture on the side and re-upload again. So, no one's going to miss anything in particular, but I do think it's good to be able to have the opportunity to do it live, because then, we get to interact more directly. But yeah. No, it's weird. It's weird starting. It's like, oh, I just realized I don't have my lights on, so maybe I can make me look a little bit better. So hang on a second. Enjoy the music. Taking a gamble with the music, by the way. But I learn most of what I do from watching others. Back again, hello. And what I learned is that a lot of times game soundtracks don't get copyright struck too often. It depends on the game. A lot of visual novels will, but Trails and Persona 5 are good examples of ones that don't get claimed. So it's really friendly. That's good. Audio's a bit soft, but fine. Yeah, so camera, white-ish, I don't think I can do much with that. Again, I think it's the webcam. I can try and work with the balancing, but when I've tried to tweak it, it tends to just be worse. So I've got it probably about the best I can. As far as audio goes, that's an interesting one. I can turn up the music, but I've got my microphone pretty much up to the max. I could increase the gain, but it's going to start popping then. So let's see. I don't know if that's any better, but maybe that'll help. Hey, Delta Work. Hi, how's it going? Just getting things set up, and since this is going to be a longer night, I'm trying to get all the stuff out of the way, and this is going to be a lot more relaxed, but that's because it's going to be, I think we're going to have a good time. I did some prep work, and I'm almost hoping we can get a good number of people in just so we can get started with the good stuff. So just making sure that everything's sounding okay. Oh, hang on. I might be telling... Okay, no, never mind. I was worried the webcam was also broadcasting my voice. It's capturing my voice, but it's not broadcasting it, so it should be good. All right. Yeah, so I don't think there's much else I can do to kind of increase things, but I'll try. I guess, is my voice okay? Should I try and push it a little harder, or is it all right as it is? I'd love to have some feedback on that. This is the one thing I wish. I'm always envious of the really big YouTube channels or even streamers when they get a consistent audience that's really large. You can get that the flow of that conversation going. Not that I've ever felt like there wasn't one, but when you have 100 to 1,000 people watching you just everyone's just chattering. There's always something to respond to, and it doesn't put the burden on so many people. But anyway, hello, thanks for joining. We're just getting everything fine-tuned. I think I'm going to go ahead and get started, but if you see anything else I could do to fix things, there's only so much I can do. Webcam, only so much I can do with that. Audio seems the same as earlier, but it's fine. Okay, yeah. On my side, it's like saying the audio's changed, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, good music, too. Anyway, how's it going? Welcome, everybody, and welcome to the Patron Cast, technically, but... As always, I try and do something a little special for December. Call it for Christmas time, call it for New Year's, for whatever. I usually like doing it around this time primarily because the channel's birthday is technically at the end of December. I think technically it was yesterday. Like YouTube sent me an email saying like, happy birthday to your channel. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't really pay attention to the date specifically. The first upload I think happened in January because it was like, I got stuff for Christmas to be able to like, I got a microphone for Christmas the year I wanted to start. And I set everything up and got the channel going. And I like a week or so before I uploaded the first video. In hindsight, I wish I'd done things differently. I've learned a lot now, so if any of you out there want to make content for YouTube forever, just a good recommendation I would make. It was something I heard actually formally stated by MatPat actually in one of his like smaller videos that he did, where he just talked about like the nuts and bolts of his channel. But I try and pay attention to that kind of stuff because you can learn a lot. And one of the things he recommended, he said like he said, and I agree. If you're going to start a channel, you should make several videos before you actually make the channel public. It can seem odd because then you don't have any, like, you're not sending out messaging about, like, what's been put out there. But if you have a library established, it means that a lot of the first-time people who are coming to your channel and see you have a very low sub count, the next thing they're going to look at, if they're interested, is going to see what kind of videos you've got. If you have 1 or 2 videos up, it's not going to look very promising. But if you show a trend, then you're going to be golden. So anyway, yeah, let's get started with some of the nuts and bolts. So because it's part of the celebration, I kind of want to do it a bit almost like an audit / accounting moment. It sounds boring, but I promise it's interesting. We had some pretty interesting milestones we recently hit, and I think it's always good to talk about that. Hello, Thieves of Hearts. Welcome. All right. So before we get into the tier list, by the way, too, like another reason, like, no, like just not 100 videos before you go public. That's obviously too much, but it's just a good idea. Have a library. When I put out my first video saying welcome to the channel, I literally had a 15-minute video that just said what I wanted to do. There was no reason for anyone to stick around when I made that video. So it's just a good idea. Anyway, so first, we're going to talk about some milestones we hit as a channel, as a community, and then we're going to jump into the content I made, which specifically is going to be the tier list, and then a few surprises. And then after that, I'm going to kind of wing it. I'm going to primarily follow my heart, play my ear to you guys a little bit. So I'm going to actually put out probably a poll or two to see what direction you'd like to take things for the evening. I technically, wakefulness-wise, should be good to go through the entire night. I don't know if I'll have it in me to talk the entire time. That's the thing. I wish I could. I see people who are streaming live for like full time. They do it for like 6 hours, 8 hours, and then there's the subathons that go for like days. Like I would die. But we'll see how far we can go. My plan is to go for a while, so I'd understand if you need to bow out, you don't have time, that's fine. I'll try and front load with all the cool stuff in the beginning. But you know, if you wanted to put me on and I could do stuff in the background, that'd be awesome. And just keep in mind, I'll be putting out polls occasionally. I have a tool that should let me put out a few polls, and when I do that, it'd be good to have your opinions. Okay, so first things first, we're going to put down the slides and go to the screen. All right, so this is a summary on the page for the YouTube channel. I'll have my real quick. See right there, that's the channel. So, all right, we are here, and the reason is I got a notification specifically about this right here. You see that number? We crossed about a month and a half ago 1 million views for the channel. That's crazy. Now, for a lot of channels, that's a drop in the bucket. As a matter of fact, I think I remember a Mr. Beast quote, which, you know, granted, whatever, but he's very successful. One of the most successful people on the entire YouTube platform. So when it comes to making content, it's worth listening to what he's saying, at least somewhat. I obviously don't think I'm willing to go as far as he is to get whatever he wants done. But the most important thing I got from him is he said one time, he said that if he got to a point when making content where if his video got less than 500,000 views, he considered it a failure. And they would have a meeting to talk about what they did wrong and how they could improve it next time. That's crazy, but here's the thing. For a channel like mine, that's a passion project, that's about like creating content that I felt like just wasn't being created, that I was finding trouble filling the niche of stuff that I was looking for, to be able to cross that 1 million views line is super big for me. It's a massive achievement. And it's actually interesting because like you get all these ways to break down your stuff on the channel, just like your analytics. And I do try and use this stuff and just try not to let it go crazy. One thing that's interesting is you can actually see, so the year I started, I think I technically started the channel in 2014, but I only started getting views in 2015. And look there. Oh no, I guess it was, I don't know actually. It's hard to tell because I think I posted only 1 or 2 videos in 2015, but I had 65 total views in that year. The next year, we had 15,000 total views. So from 65 to 2016, oh, thank you, Delta Work. I'm happy to have you. Thanks for showing up. 15,000 views. But then it just kind of ramps. 48,000, 90,000 in 2018. And then 2019, remember this is metrics taken at the end of the year. So while the COVID stuff had started at 2019, I don't think the pandemic had actually started yet. So pre-pandemic times, we had a year where we got 146,000 views. Then COVID happened. Naturally, that's the peak. It makes sense. A lot of us were stuck at home. A lot of people had more time on their hands. It meant that there was more people being able to watch. So yeah, we are at 192,000 views in a year. But then we've dipped down. As life restabilized, it makes sense. I mean, ideally, you want to see the number go up, go up, go up. But, you know, that's not really the whole point. The point is to make content we can be proud of and happy with. So 145,000, and we've kind of stabilized. Like, it dipped a little bit, and it's going back up again this year, 132,000. The fact that we're trending to the point where, like, we're maintaining what we have, honestly, I'm super happy with that. I'd love for that to keep going up. I'd love to find more people who would be engaged with my content, and that's on me. I got to try and find ways to reach out and find more people, because based on what I've seen, I feel like there are a lot more people out there who'd be interested in the stuff we cover. But I'm fighting an algorithm, and I'm also fighting well-established channels where anytime I cover a game that is, you know, gets any traction, it means I'm going to be competing with the big channels. So I'm not going to be getting a lot of views there. So it's interesting. So yeah, just really cool markers here. 1 million views, lifetime totals here, by the way. So like in my entire running of the channel, I've made just over $1,000. So from 2015 to 2024, almost 10 years, I've made about $1,000. So I'm not sure. That's like $100 a year. Real good bucks there, right? What's crazy is that majority of that has only been in the last few years. A big help with that has been the patrons and the channel memberships. Like, they contribute to that revenue total. So thank you for that. Okay, enough with the boring stuff. Just wanted to kind of start us off here on good footing, kind of get everyone going, and just say a big thank you, because this has been an incredible year. I feel like we just have more incredible stuff up ahead. I'm also, it's odd that while I'm so much more busy now that I'm back to full-time work, which is so nice to actually be doing again, I'm confident that we're going to be able to be putting out more content, that I've been having more fun, because I actually have some fun stuff that's coming up for this week. With the new schedule with my work, I tend to have to now record everything in like a 2-day period. So I record a lot of stuff back to back to back, but it means I still do that thing where I don't record a video until like that video's gone live on the channel. So we go to the end of the week, and then I start recording like Friday night. So all the comments you put down, I try and respond to in real time, and I don't have any like foreknowledge, because that, for me, I don't want to do too much like pre-loading or pre-recording for the next week. Because if it gets too far ahead, it means I won't be able to have meaningful conversations with you in the comments section, and it'd be hard for. And I don't like feeling like I'm pretending I don't know things that I know, because that feels inauthentic to me. And oh, you know what's crazy? I was actually watching Cinnamon Toast Ken. I wasn't a huge fan of his back when he did a lot of gaming, but now he's doing a lot more variety content, and I ended up stumbling on his channel, and I've been enjoying it. And in his recent one, he talked about. He did a one with PewDiePie, and they were talking about recording and making videos in the old days. And you know what he admitted? He's like, oh, you know how we used to record with like Candid Cam and all these really crappy capture devices, and they would crash all the time? And he said that he would go back and with the footage, and he would react to it to capture it and make sure that the footage was good. And he talked about how like he hated it, but he admitted that he got better reactions and had more memorable moments when he did that, because he knew it was coming and he'd be more dramatic with it. And that to me is like horrifying. Like I honestly, great. He's successful for a reason. Making content the way he has been clearly apparent. But that to me would just, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that. I think getting the genuine reaction, the real in-life moment is so beautiful and so much more compelling. I much rather have that, and that's always what my channel's been. Even if I ever had an issue where I had to re-record something, I think it's happened like twice, where it's just flat out like too much important stuff happened. When I lost the stuff, I couldn't like just skip over it. So I just re-recorded, but I always said like, hey, just heads up, I already had to I had to record this, I'm re-recording it. So just for me, that's just crazy. But yeah, so big stuff on the channel. And it just kind of, it's a thing for me, like, I want to see this go up, I want to see us improve, but I'm never going to sacrifice what I feel makes it authentic. I'm never going to, like, trend chase, because I feel like that's a fruitless endeavor. I'm just going to make stuff that I'm passionate about, and, we'll just grow from that. If it's a subscriber a year, that's still growth. I'm cool with it. But anyway, enough of the boring stuff, right? I feel like it's time for us to get into some of the more spicy content. So, gonna get that ready real fast. But thank you for listening to that. Now we've got some people in here. We got about 7, and we've had some people pop in and out. So hopefully we'll get more. But yeah, like for those of you who are going off right here, 86 a company. Thank you. So you don't need to donate anything. Let's start off with some fun. I love how genuine you are. You deserve all the support. Can't wait for more people to find you. Agreed, there are many fake content creators out there. Thanks for making such great content. Jeez, you really don't need to do that, man. But I appreciate the support. Again, just FYI, my career on my own, like that supports my livelihood. I have my means of like taking care of myself. Everything I do is for passion. So if you do donate anything on the channel, like whatever it is, it always just goes right back to the channel. I've used it for commissioning some of the great artwork you're seeing on the screen. I've used it for to build a fund for future proofing. So like, for example, I'm using a webcam right now and it's doing okay. I haven't been too unhappy with it, but I also know that it could be better. So I might decide to pool some of that money and buy a better camera. Just because I feel like it might help the channel do a little bit better, or like feel a little better and grow a little more. So just keep that in mind. Pretty much everything is on the channel is isolated. It even has its own like account where I hold any of those funds, so it doesn't ever touch anything else. Any donations, anything that goes through the channel is only going to be put into the channel for its future. I'd have to be making some serious money for that to change, and I'd let you know as soon as that tipping point was reached, because if we hit that tipping point, I'm going to try doing full time, but, don't see that happening anytime soon. But thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's get to that spice, shall we? We have a really fun one tonight, and that is because we're going to be doing something pretty crazy, I would say. Welcome to the tier list. Okay, let me see. I guess I should move myself down here. Okay. Did my camera move all right? It's a 50% increase in revenue for the $50 donation. That's average. The last like 3 years is like all that revenue has been made in the last 3 or 4 years, because it happened for 2 reasons. Number one, we started the memberships. Like as soon as YouTube memberships went up, even if it was just a handful of people, like that became a consistent source of like revenue for the channel. So that made the number go up, and they also changed the ad revenue streams. The way that ad revenue is done now is it's kind of on a tiered elective system where I can, if I'm considered a trustworthy creator, where I'm reporting my own, like the content that's in my videos and it's deemed as accurate, they give me more leeway. And it's because when they made that change, the automated system stopped catching like random screenshots from visual novels and deciding, too much, because like the algorithms always had a bias against anime style like animation slides. So you get a girl in a bathing suit in an anime style, and that gets flagged as being inappropriate. But you can have people literally on like recording like girls in bikinis on beaches that are way skimpier and way more revealing and talking about like actual sexual topics, and those are perfectly fine to be monetized because that makes sense. But anyway, yeah. Now, on an average, $50 donation like that is essentially a 50% increase in the estimated revenue for the channel. So, yeah, pretty good. All right, we're going into that, right? This is what you all came for. I imagine we're going to lose like all the you once we finish this. I invite you to stick around, though. I have something after this that's going to be just as fun. But for now, we're going to... you shush, just you. You'll see. we're gonna do, so this is the best girl tiers. I went back through the catalog on the entire channel, and I pulled out pretty much representatives of almost every series we've done on the channel. There's been a few exceptions. Some of the exceptions being it just was like the content just wasn't a mismatch. Like if it was a pure horror that didn't explore much beyond like horror elements, I didn't pull off characters from that. A good example was oh shoot, it was like 7 Mysteries. It was an older one I did. It's actually funny because it's one of the highest viewed. It has an episode in it that was one of the highest viewed on the channel's history. But that's because I used yandere in the title, and right after that, all the yandere like game stuff exploded, and so it just got caught up in the algorithm, and a whole bunch of people would like click on the video, not know what it was, and leave it. So it has like no watch time, but it has like 11,000 views, and it's like episode 7 of that series of this tiny indie game. But anyway, I didn't pull anybody from games like that because those characters are literally just all psychopaths. So it really wasn't a best girl in that case. But I went through and I pulled out stuff. Like, there are going to be characters in here most of you probably never even heard of or know anything about. But this is what I'm calling my ultimate best girl list, because that's the thing, is I tended to pull the characters I consider to be best girls from every game we played. So even, like, you have to keep in mind, anybody who gets into the D rank is still top tier for that game. It's just when you're comparing to this like uber roster of top tier characters, they just don't stand up. So even if I give somebody a D ranking here, do not take it personally. You need to understand it's still a high praise. It's just saying in comparison, it's just not it's just not the same. And then the top best girl, like, you need to understand, best girl is going to be for one. It's going to be my vote for the candidate that will be the reigning champion of best girl for the channel until we do another one of these. Okay. I see. That's fair. CR is pointing out, could you please sort it by individual VNs? There's a few games here I haven't played. I could just log off and come back later when we start the next one. That's true. I don't want to spoil anything. I can try and do that, because the way they got uploaded, it was automatically done by alphabetical. But I'll try and make it somewhat. Again, there's only 2, and I'll try and not talk about too many story beats. I'll mostly talk about the characters. I feel like this. Is this music too loud, FYI? If someone let me know. It is a great track, but in my ears, it's a little loud. So maybe I'm worried it'll be too loud for you guys, but just let me know. Oh, 86 the company. Also, you say you want to donate to make sure you know you're appreciated. I don't know how long you stick around, but I'll rewatch. I also know so few of these characters. That's fine. Again, I don't want this to be spoilers, but the idea ultimately is that if I'm gonna not touch too much into the reveals of their stories for that reason. If you hear me talk about these characters and you're like, wow, that sounds interesting, I want you to go play the game they're from. I don't want to make it a spoiler, but also I have to share some details, but I promise I won't go into too much. So I'll try and strike that balance. But it's going to be tough because I don't know how long I'll end up talking about each topic. If you need to bow out just because you don't want to risk anything, honestly, you could try and just kind of mute me and then see if when I change things, we could try and jump back in. I do plan to upload this also as a separate video. So hello, YouTube, because in the future, YouTube's going to be watching this on its own, because I'm going to make just like the tier list as a video. And then the thing we do after the tier list, I'm also going to make that its own video. It's just they'll be delayed in coming out, and they don't get to have the fun of interacting live. So, hey, sorry, future YouTubers, viewers, but this time the people who showed up for the live stream, they get the benefit. Yeah. Hi, YouTube. Yeah, we've never done anything like that before. It's like, but regardless. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and get this started. Just keep in mind, whoever I choose to be the best girl slot is going to be picked at the very end. But you can consider anyone who's in an S category to be like they're the candidates for best girl overall. And I'm going to try and not be putting everyone in that list. Like, this is going to be a balance. I'm going to try and actually, if I do this right, they're going to be about the same in every category except for maybe D. It's so hard for me to justify putting someone in D. But I think there's at least a couple that will get there. So, yeah, we're going to get there. Thieves of Hearts, Estelle, Vestel. Yeah, you'll see. We're going to have fun with this. All right. Oh, my gosh. Like, I wonder if there's gonna be people who are like not even gonna be with us in like an hour. Like when I'm done with this list, are you just gonna jump ship and just abandon the channel? Please don't. But again, just keep that in mind. Anyone who's made it to this list is considered top tier, especially for the game they came from. So like that's the scaling we're looking at here, is the fact that this is best girls from every game, and there's plenty of girls that I wish could have been brought into this list, but I didn't want to make this 100 people long. Yeah, Estelle is Bestel. Yeah, didn't I say that? I thought I said, but oh, Estelle is Bestella. Yeah, Estelle is Bestel. Yeah, anyway, okay. So we're going to start, and the first character, because it starts with the A, Akane, is going to be Akane from Rewrite. It's funny because, like, we're going to be dipping so much into the past, but we're going to start here, and then I'll go find her counterpart that's in here, which is Kotarou. But Akane. Oh, it's already starting. I'm already having trouble here. Okay. Think. It's never an insult. It's never an insult. Akane, I have to put in B tier. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because I absolutely loved her path. One of the best things about her route is how emotionally invested I got with her. I felt heartbreak from beginning to end, but a lot of times best girl comes down to be trying to. I imagine myself if I were in this universe and I was in like. Maybe even if I wasn't in the shoes of the main character, but I was essentially like a classmate or a coworker, somebody who's appropriately like in that social group. I try to say like, how likely would I be? Yeah. No briberies from the chat. No bribes. I'm putting them where I can. The reason why I put Akane is in B tier is because I found that her personality is overwhelming. I think she's fantastic. I would genuinely love to spend time with her as a person, especially once we cracked through the initial shell and like kind of got her a little bit out of her neat like lifestyle where she actually would go outside and do stuff. She was pretty much a joy to be around. Her personal struggles and like the responsibility and burden that she had was so overwhelming. I don't blame her for making a lot of the choices she did, but it hurts so much. It would be so painful to be close to her, literally or figuratively. So I put her in B because like she's fantastic, but I also feel like I would be lost in her shadow. I feel like I wouldn't be able to be as close with her as I could be with other people, other characters. And so while she's the best girl, and I do like, I love all these characters, but I have to put her in B. It's a good place to start for the list too. Now for her contemporary, her companion in this series, Kotarou. Everyone knew from day one. I pretty much said Kotarou is amazing, and I agree. Like, she's the character that made me smile every time she's on screen. And even through like the hardships and the choices that drove me crazy, I got it. I really got it. And I genuinely could see like, wow, I could see I talked to her, I'm like, wow, if there's anybody who I wish I could just be a best friend with all the time, forever, regardless of anything else, it would be Kotarou. So I'm going to put her at A. And that's the thing. She's A. She's fantastic. She's fantastic, but she's not quite to that S tier. She's not quite there. And it's hard for you to describe why, but I think as the list plays out, you'll understand. I ran through a test version of this to try and like prime myself. It's still tough though. All right. So that's for Rewrite, and we'll see where we go from here. Next is Ava from Sunrider. Now, Sunrider's interesting. There's a lot of games in the Sunrider series, and we actually are queued to play the last game that's coming up soon. And they just announced that they're doing a fantasy version of Sunrider that's supposed to come out next year. So, cool stuff to be going on. But Ava is really interesting. She's the cold, calculating, very like, I think it's kudere, very like, doesn't display emotion very often, very serious, very cold, but she can be very caring and loving. Beautiful character, and fantastic character design for sure. But I have to put her in C tier. I definitely think we'd get along, but she's very intense. So intense that she's one of those friends whom like you love to pieces, but you need to have a break from occasionally. And so like while she's definitely one of the best characters in that series, she's also almost a bit of a bitter pill. And she can be overbearing. It's not in a bad way, but like she's such a great character, and probably out of like that game series, she's the consistently like I think she's the character I admire the most and would want to spend the most time with. So for her, but her counterpart is Chigara, who is like the small, very sweet, very shy, and it's funny because she should be in isolation a B. Fantastic character. But there's stuff that happens in her story and the things and choices that are made that in the games are so insane and so gut-wrenchingly like just awful, like heart-burning. I have to put her in D. And that's the sad thing, is like she's my top character in that game. There's even like a management sim game where you literally are going to like high school with the characters, and you're like, it's a dating sim slash like management where you're trying to get them to perform well in their clubs and stuff. And she was immediately my favorite character in the game. But that story in particular got so heart-wrenching. Like I got genuinely depressed playing that game, to the point where I would start the game and I would be playing it and watching the events play through, and I would have to stop after like 10-20 minutes and step away because it was just so emotionally destructive. Fantastic series, fantastically well written, honestly, especially with the first two games being literally free to play. You can go to Steam right now, download Sunrider, and it comes with Sunrider and Sunrider Mask of Aurelius, which is the second game. They're absolutely free. You can just download and play it right now, and then you can buy the third and fourth game if you like them. But if you've never played it, absolutely should play it. But yeah, Chigara, best character and worst character at the same time. Well, not really worst character. She's always one of the better characters, but it's so I was so traumatized by her plot, like by her like line. I have to put her in D because like it'd be like it genuinely would be like trauma. It's like even looking at her, I feel like a bitterness in my heart because she's such a sweet character, but she's also such a like it's so hard. It's so hard to deal with. So yeah, D. Next is interesting because this is one of the few games we're dipping into that isn't visual novel, and that's Bastila Shah from Knights of the Republic. I actually just realized, oh yeah, you can't see that. Okay, good. I was worried my webcam was too big for that because I'm going to be trying to pull from up here mostly because you can't see my mouse. It's one of the things that's good for OBS. I can hide the mouse. So Bastila Shah, great character, fun development, fascinating person. I gotta put her in C tier. She's oddly immature for the wise Jedi character, and I think that's part of why she works. But like, she makes some really questionable choices in the Knights of the Republic series, and it's a lot. It's hard to be like to justify like, oh yeah, she's just fantastic. I feel like while the Knights of the Republic games 1 and 2 are some of the best games, but in my opinion, BioWare's ever made, I think that they also like those games have some of the weakest relationship and character bonding in any of their games. They're good moments, like their characters have good character growth, but especially when it came to the dating, it kind of comes across stilted and awkward. And then as you get to know a lot of the dateable characters, they wanted to make sure they had flaws, but I feel like with Knights of the Republic and Bastila specifically, they gave her too many flaws. It's like, okay, calm down. She's teetering on D tier, honestly, because she can be so aggravating. But I feel like she's also just a character that even, and except for when she goes a little, she goes a little off her rocker. She even then is somebody I still would want to be around. She's somebody I would want to believe in, somebody I would want to stand next to. So she's not quite in D. Oh yeah, just Rio. Yeah, she's from Knights of the Republic. Yeah, sorry. I tried to preamble it a bit better, but yeah, Knights of the Republic. It's one of the few non-visual novels we're covering today. I'm putting characters on. And speaking of her counterpart, is actually from the second game, Visas Mar from Knights of the Republic 2. She's going right into C tier as well. Again, I don't think BioWare just really understood how to make an endearing romantic type of character or somebody you could get really close to wise. But out of the girls, all the girl characters that you could like form a close bond with, she was the one that was the most interesting. She comes across very like subservient to like a problematic degree at first, but you quickly realize that that's an inheritance of the like the horrific traumatic upbringing that she's had, having been the last survivor of her race, which was massacred by a super Sith Lord, who then took her as his apprentice to kind of be his little minion. But then after you kind of break her out of that, she becomes a very endearing, very loyal, very thoughtful person who is so full of like caring. It's unfathomable that she ever was a Sith. And it's like, it's not even like a big secret here too, because like she's introduced really early on to the campaign of like who she is, where she comes from, and why she's with you. But like her inevitable journey and where it can take her, very, very cool. Absolutely worth watching. If you haven't played Knights of the Republic by now, I don't know what's wrong with you. Please play it. They said they were going to remaster it. I think that's dead. I don't think they're going to do it. All right. Oh, no. Oh, CR. Oh, it's Christmas early for you. You said it's the CR saying, I didn't know you played Knights of the Republic. It's on my list for games to play. Will you play the sequel to Sith Lords? I played both on the channel. They're some of my favorite games of all time. They're actually one of the earliest games that got me into like they were part of the games that preluded me for what visual novels would become for me. I love choice-based adventures. I like the idea of like you being able to like dictate how a story plays out. Knights of the Republic is a pioneer of that in the video game sense, in RPG sense. I didn't know visual novels existed at the time, but it was a prelude to what I feel has become my passion. But I played both, and I did challenge runs for them too, if you didn't know. Because I knew the games really, really well, instead of playing just a random playthrough, I played one doing specific things. So like my Knights of the Republic campaign, the first one, I call it the uncivilized run, because I do the game without using force powers or lightsabers. I play the entire game without it, even though like it shoves it down your throat. I specifically play the entire game and beat the final boss without using any of that. And the second game, I did the civilized challenge, where I only used lightsabers and force powers and the plasma torch. So in the second game, until you get your lightsaber, like you get a lightsaber, I used like a starter like plasma cutter that you get at the very first thing in the game to open up doors. And I had to use that through the entire first like chapter. So yeah, if you like those games, absolutely highly recommend you watch those, but don't watch it like expecting a blind playthrough. I know those games like the back of my hand, and I use that to try and make a more interesting gameplay. So yeah, go check that out, CR, and anybody else. Fantastic. It's one of my favorite series on the channel, and it's also one of the most underperforming series on the channel, which I get. It's really off script for my normal content, but I loved those series, so please go watch those. All right, Beatrice from... We're playing a game we played, Love Esquire. This is fun. So Love Esquire was actually a pitch to me by the company that makes it. They reached out and said, hey, would you be interested in covering this game on my channel? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. And then a year and a half passed, and I realized that I still had that game, and I hadn't given it time yet. So I slotted it in. And it was funny because I played the first few episodes and I was like, oh my gosh, this is just going to be super eroge. It's making stupid, cheesy jokes. It's just being dumb. But then I really was shocked by the end. The character development growth in that game is so genuinely impressive. I feel like it actually does itself a disservice by selling itself so much as kind of an ecchi dating sim. Like, it really comes off as just a big joke for the first act. But then you get to the final acts, and it's genuinely, like, I was crying by the end of it. It was so good. Beatrice is the princess character. She's very stern and standoffish. I'm seeing a trend here already, and shut up! Anyway, but she's cold but matter-of-fact, and when you get her in her vulnerable moments, she's genuinely a good person. She's the noble lady who believes in like things being just so, and having respect and respecting authority, but she also is really concerned with like common people, and even if she does, she recognizes that she can't relate to them, but instead of just trying to like go down to their level and trying to like to condescend to them, she says, no, we're in different worlds, but I can still make your world better. I'm gonna do what I can in my world to make yours better, and I really respect that. Respect her for that, and she's a genuinely fun character to get to know in the game. Slap her right into the B tier. Fantastic character. Really tough to get at first. Like when you're getting through her first like levels of friendship, she's just kind of a B. Like she's just really not very kind. Oh, fetch. I just realized I forgot. I had 3 for KOTOR, so I'll have to jump back to KOTOR in a second. But I'll finish Beatrice. Really good, though. She has, like, hair drills to drill into the core of the earth. Really fantastic character. And then her counterpart from that game, from A Love Esquire, is Vel. She's crass. She's loud. She's violent. She's really good at being violent. And she really hates that she's really good at being violent. She has a wonderful past and a wonderful story arc and just a fantastic story. And I was like, I remember I specifically, when I played the game, I got her ending. I didn't plan to. You kind of get to know a lot of the, like a variety of the girls, and I've started trying to focus on Beatrice. But you can't always like bond with characters in that game at any time you want to. So you kind of get it bonding a little bit with everybody, and there's actually a way you can play it where you can bond with all of them and get to all of their finales. But Vel, she was the come from behind, surprise A tier, fantastic character. She just shone like a beacon. She was fantastically written, and she's one of those people who, like, as soon as you got past the gruff exterior, you just wanted to like be her best friend and give her a hug all the time, because she'd been through so much, and yet she was so dedicated to helping other people at her own detriment and just being a good person. She's fantastic. Wonderful. Now, the KOTOR character I totally forgot is the Handmaiden. She has her own name, but I won't say it just because it is a bit of a spoiler. It's not a huge spoiler, but if you play the games, it's a spoiler. But she's also C tier. Again, KOTOR. She's probably actually D tier now I think about it. I like her character a lot, and I always romanced her in the Knights of the Republic 2. But that's because you kind of get binary, and with her, like, hers was interesting, but she would be an uncomfortable person to be around a lot of the time, even when she's on her more mellow side. I just don't know. Like, in hindsight and like looking at things objectively, I had a soft spot for her because she was the character I was interested in romancing when I first played the game. But in hindsight, I'm not so much convinced anymore. I think Visas is a better character, and I would rather, if I had to pick between being friends with just Visas Mar and Handmaiden, I'd probably want to be friends with Visas more. Okay. Now, this is an interesting one. This is a character from a game that only has, well, 2 characters. Budapest, who we're talking about here, and you, the main character. Now, Budapest is interesting because this is a great example of why I think Best Girl doesn't have to be a romanceable route. There's gonna be plenty on here that aren't, well, I wouldn't consider romanceable, especially for me, but in general, just like, no. But Budapest is S tier. She's an AI, and she's amazing. Like, she's a character who is fantastically just incredible. She's from a free game on Steam from a game jam that was done several years ago. Oh gosh, what's it called? All right, hang on. I'm gonna look it up real fast because I know the name, but it's a tough one to say. All right, gonna Google search. Oh gosh, it's so hard to look it up because it's such a weird name. Oh, duh. What am I doing? I can go to my Steam list. There, it'll be in there. Palinares. Okay, I'll go to the store page and I'll show you here. So Palinares here. This game is amazing. It's free. It's super short. It's like 3 hours long. Genuinely one of the best games I've ever played, and especially considering how short it is. So as far as characters go, just phenomenal character. Phenomenal. Oh my gosh. I talk about a lot of these games, like I'll cry in several games that I play. This one I'll be bawling because Budapest was such a good character, and the way things play out with her is just incredible. But that's the thing too, she's not a romanceable character at all. Not even close. She's just an innocent person who's there in a dire situation to help your main character. And when you talk with her, I don't know, I bonded with her as a character so well. It's just incredible. contender for one of the best characters we've ever come across on the channel, and most of you probably never heard that game. I definitely was a lot smaller when I played that, so absolutely go check that game out. Again, free. Absolutely free. I doubt maybe you won't be as near as impressed as me. She might be closer to an A tier than an S tier, but I think she's contender because I have such a positive just like memory of her as a character. But yeah, she's the only character in that game, so it's the only one we're covering there. You know what? Okay. S tier might be a bit much for her. I'll put her down to A. She's real close though, but I don't know if I can consider her an S tier. Like, I want to, but I'm not sure. Alright, speaking of A tiers though, Emmy! Emmy from Kotarou Shoujo. Kotarou Shoujo is fantastic. Another game that's also free. Also free on Steam now. It wasn't when I played it, but it was on Steam. Emmy's fantastic. She was the route. Again, that was another game where I wasn't trying to get her route, but I got it anyway, and I was pleasantly surprised. It became one of my favorite routes in the entire game. It was wonderful. The emotional delivery for her story isn't just... It's impactful, and she has this combination of what I really appreciate as a person, because I tend to be the more introverted. I'm self-skeptical. I second guess myself all the time, and the story plays into that, where the main character kind of behaves slightly differently in each route, because each route is written by a different person. In an Emmy's route, the main character is very like self-conscious and kind of beats themselves up, and Emmy is this like kind of ray of sunshine that just kind of challenges that and says, hey, you should push yourself. I'll do it with you. Let's work together. Like, hey, you don't think you could do it? Yeah, you can. Let's do it. And she just so positively kind of motivates you to move forward. And like that game in general is really eye-opening. I just like challenging the way you see the world and see yourself. It's really about trying to perceive it revolves around people who have physical disabilities, like some kind of disability that's going on, like you as a main character do, and they do as well. And I love how it's a great example of a story where it feels like a lot of games and movies, there's a lot of talk about like DEI and being all like politically correct and all that, and that's the thing, like that's all wrong. Honestly, it's not the problem of being inclusive. Being inclusive is good. It's always good. But when the aspect that you're including somebody to be inclusive becomes their whole personality, that's where it becomes a problem. That's where it's like you're just checking off boxes. That's where it becomes just gross, because it's like it's not enhancing the story of the character. It's just trying to like make a mountain out of a molehill, and that's what Kotarou Shoujo does amazingly well. Because it takes characters that definitely have genuine like issues, like that disruptive life issues, and it's about saying these are the people behind them. Like Emmy has has like from the knees down has no legs, but she's a runner, and it's like all the exploration of the story is about like, hey, she has a disability, but it's just a small sliver of who this person is, and you fall in love with the person, and it's never feeling like it's checking things off. But yeah, so some of you saying you've been meaning to get around to Kotarou Shoujo. Fantastic. Yeah, the beautiful thing about it is you got to keep in mind that the birthplace of Kotarou Shoujo was 4chan. I don't know how it started. I didn't really dive into that, but 4chan is a cesspool of just insanity. And yet people came together from that community and built one of the most like inclusive, wholesome, and genuinely interesting games that's ever been birthed, and they never charged money for it. To this day, it's free. And it's interesting. CR, you're also talking about the heart, like the heart condition, like bothers you. It's like that's an interesting point of view. I don't know, like like it would be like interesting to hear like the embellishment, but like I also feel like that was a particular choice because it would be something that could like move through for the story, because like he says, like unlike a lot of the other characters, his is a kind of an invisible disability where he could just like he's just very likely to have like a heart condition like explode on him like randomly. But yeah, anyway, ultimately, if you've never read Katawa Shoujo, it's worth it. Now it's interesting. I don't know for sure. It's definitely was not intended to be. It has very strong like H scenes and ecchi content. You can click a button to tone it down. I don't think I would though. It's a good example and a perfect example actually of where I feel like the H scenes are endemic to telling a story and involving you in the like growth and development of a relationship rather than just to be explicit. But some people would probably disagree with me on that. But I think it's worth getting the full experience. So if you play it, I recommend you watch it, you play it all, and you might need to download it from their main site because the Steam one is probably censored. Just my guess. They probably just uploaded the censored version to Steam. But at least if you download it from their main site, which is still free, you can toggle it so you can decide whether you want it or not. Let's see. Okay, I get it, CR. Yeah, so you're saying that what gets to you is like imagining it being a real thing where like you just seem fine, then boom, you just could drop down dead any second. Yeah, like it's funny because like for me, my like triggering medical condition is the imagining having to get needles put into my eye. It happens. And it's a real treatment that people can get. Like you can cure blindness with treatments that put injections in your eye. But the mental image of a needle going into my eye has always been like one of the like stuff of nightmares for me. It makes me want to die inside just talking about it. So yeah, I get that. I get that sometimes it can make you uncomfortable. So yeah, that's rough. But anyway, Katawa Shoujo. If you haven't played it yet, play it. It's free. It's on Steam. And even if you don't do the Steam version, you can get the full version for free as well. It's been free for years. Absolutely worth it. And it's a piece of internet history that's really worth like getting into. Okay, so Katawa Shoujo, we're still here because there's a second girl from here, and this is going to be an interesting one. Suzune. Suzune, it's been a while. Like I wrote down her name, but it's like it's been a long time. But she's also for me A tier. In fact, I would put her above Emmy in the tiers. I maybe should do that. Like if I try and organize these by like, okay, it'll probably be that. All right, then. I put her here above Emmy. I liked her as a character. Her route has some questionable moments for sure, and I know that some people like she genuinely like has moments that make people uncomfortable. But for me, I just found her very compelling because she's deaf, but she's so driven, and she's class rep, and she doesn't take no for an answer. She loves games, like board games specifically. And like she's the kind of person that like she's brisk and could be kind of grating to deal with, but if you get past the initial like just intensity of her personality, there's someone there who just genuinely just wants to be good enough, and I am all for getting behind that, and I could vibe with it pretty well. It's just like I know a lot of people find that divisive. I know she's definitely not one of the favorites in that game. And there's other people who like will see that these two are my favorite and be like, what are you talking about? What about the other characters? I'm like, I know. They're the two that really impressed me the most. Emmy's story is probably more compelling, and I feel like the the emotional journey is a lot more like satisfactory. But Suzune is just as a character, I found her way more compelling, and it genuinely makes me want to learn sign language. Like that storyline, it made me want to learn sign language. I still want to, honestly. I have this kind of pet dream where if I could find the time to learn sign language properly, because first of all, it'd be really nice to be able to help with the community. There's just never enough people who know sign. So being able to be able to interact with the people who need to use ASL in my community and being able to be a part of that would be really cool. But secondly, I actually thought, how fun would it be if I could someday do a YouTube channel, like do this YouTube channel where I'm doing narrative-based games, but I could say and talk with my hands and my mouth so that I could be more accessible. Because I imagine visual novels are some of the best video games for people who are members of the deaf community, because like it's something that's like really approachable for everybody. Like another great example of anything, it's like visual novels are just so, I think, broad spectrum. Anybody can enjoy them. And it's because it doesn't have like a good example is like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a great game, but if you have some kind of like physical limitation that makes it hard for you to interact with the controller, I imagine it'd be really difficult you'd have to be so dedicated just to be able to enjoy the game, let alone like the high difficulty parts of it. Visual novels are just super approachable. So I'd love to be able to do something like that someday, just because I think it'd be fun to be able to make content that's more broad scope and help and be more easy to communicate with everybody over the course of the internet. Really cool stuff. Anyway, moving on to Ethereal Enigma. This is one of the chain of Pixel Fades games. So they start with Ace Academy, which we'll see later. And they've been playing through, and they actually have a new game that's coming out this coming year. It's the Steam page is up, so it's probably coming out in the next month or two. But they've always been enjoyable. Ethereal Enigma, and oh gosh, what's her name? I need to have my like side stuff going, because like my brain's starting to fry because I'm talking so much about stuff. Oh gosh, darn it, game. Princess Irulan. Yeah, it's a weird spelling, which is why I'm struggling with it. Erilynn. Irulan Dawn. Very fun character. Like she gets isekai'd to our world essentially. It's like a pseudo sci-fi world. Like it's like more advanced in time than ours, so it's not quite like an isekai per se, but she gets brought from a fantasy world with magic into our world, and like literally lands on the main character in the middle of a temple after he just gave he literally does like a prayer at like a Shinto shrine where he prays that he would like romance would like a romantic like romance would fall in his lap, and she literally falls and crushes him. But very, very fun. I'm going to put her in B tier. It's funny, so she's right next to the other, like, pseudo-princesses. Maybe there's a trend here with the B characters. But she's wonderful. She kind of has a really obnoxious attitude at the beginning, but a lot of it comes from her fear, which is what you learn pretty early on. And as she kind of loosens up and starts to open up about her feelings and being honest with herself, she becomes very endearing. I definitely wanted to be very supportive of her in the game and found her to be very fun and just an enjoyable character to play with, like, and to see myself like, yeah, I could see myself wanting to be very close friends with her for sure. But she doesn't leave a candle up to Kira, who is the other character in that game that's an A. It's funny because like the pictures I grab for these, by the way, are like I had to grab whatever will be like uploadable essentially. Like you have to get the right format and the right sizes, and it's like I had to do the best I could. But Kira, this is one of her best with the cat ears. They're not actual cat ears. She just put the cat ears on her head. It just blends with her hair. Kira is a gem. She's voiced by somebody though, like somebody popular, and I never remember who it is. Gosh darn it. VNDB. I should go to that. Should be in there. Because who... Oh, wait. Maybe I'm like some... Megan Shipman, I think. She plays... Yeah, she does voice work for a lot of anime. I think she does something else too. Like I think she might be like a YouTuber or something. Anyway, so I just really like her as a character though. She's very fun. She's very sweet. She's kind of the soft-spoken, but really just captivating individual. And she's very sweet. The romance you get to unlock with her if you go down that route is very just. It feels so genuine. It reminded me a lot of like my first like high school romance itself. So it's like had a lot of endearing characteristics there. Just very sweet, approachable, and it's nice too because both Erilynn and Kira in the game, if you're not on their romance path, you become friends with them. And so when I did both routes, I still enjoyed their characters immensely. Like when you're not on the romance route with them, they just become friend characters that are genuinely great to be around. So they're top tier written characters for sure, and a really solid game. So yeah, pretty much happy right there. Ready for some controversy? Because we've come to it. Estelle Bright. A tier. Absolutely A tier. Probably towards the top of A tier, honestly. Estelle's fantastic. It's hard not to love a main character. I also have to say, like, I saw an article that was, it was talking about how there's like an outcry, or no, it wasn't an article, it was just some weird tweet or something someone said, where they were talking about how, like, most gamers are guys, and most guys can't relate to a female main protagonist. And they're talking about, like, all these games that have been not doing as well, and they have a female lead. And they were saying, like, oh, it's because guys can't relate to that. I'm going to call bullcrap on that. First of all, doesn't matter. It's a character. And second of all, Estelle is a great example of one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life that clearly has a captive audience of people who are able to play the game. Everyone who played the game loves the game and enjoys her as a character. And I can't think of anybody who's ever griped that the game suffered because Estelle is the main character. That Estelle is the character you play as primarily. That's bullcrap. Ah, she's so good. She's such a fun character. And it's kind of cheating almost because I'm not including games that I'm currently playing. Like, I didn't add anybody from Chaos Head. I didn't add anybody from Mamiya. I didn't add anybody from... Gosh, what am I playing on Mondays? Come on, think of... Oh, yeah. Higurashi. But that makes sense. I haven't played enough Higurashi or Chaos Head to really know anybody. But Estelle gets to be in here because I technically beat the first game, and I'm playing the second game now. But the second game is spoiling me rotten even more. Estelle's great. She's so wonderful. Absolutely A tier. One of the best characters ever. I definitely would want to be best friends with Estelle. I feel like I'd get attacked, but yeah. Such a good character. Genuine gold tier. And she only falls in the shadow of one person. And that's the first S tier, the first true S tier, Chloe. Or as I found out in the voice pack, Chloe, which is what I said from day one, and everyone said, no, it's Chloe. It's like, no, if the Japanese version, it's Chloe. My instincts were telling me what I was doing was right. Anyway, Chloe. Fantastic. Oh, what can I even say? Even then, I might have debated putting her in S. Except for, like I said, the cheating of the recent stuff we've been doing in the second game. Oh. Oh wait, so you thought it's closer? Well, like I think what's happening is like I think they're dropping the last consonant, or at least like the last vowel sound from her name. So like it'd be like Chloe, or like normally closer, but I think it says Chloe. And they kind of like drop the sound, like it's quiet. Like I think it just drops off, so you just can't hear it very well. And again, I don't know Japanese super well, but when I was hearing it, I feel like they were just dropping the E sound rather than emphasizing it. But anyway, Chloe, whatever. Chloe's best. In this picture that she's cropped in, like she has Sieg with her. Sieg, she doesn't need Sieg to be S tier, but Sieg makes it super S tier. Sieg is great. So fun. Ah, oh, she's so fun. I've been sad lately that in the last few episodes we haven't been able to see much of her, because like she's just such a joy, such a great character. Yep, S tier. It's tough to fight that S tier, but we have to step away because Estelle and Chloe are amazing. They're up here and they're in the right places. I know some of you probably want Estelle up here. I just don't know if I can put her up there for me, because it's also hard though. Like, to be fair, it's hard for me to see myself standing next to Estelle when I know Joshua's there. It's like, oh, I mean, that's taken. So, but like, for this tier list, I don't look at that. But it's like, it's hard to get past that. Interesting. So now we're at another one too. Now we're at Steins Gate. It's interesting because like the way it goes, it's gonna be Ferris first. And honestly, like if you'd asked me after we finished Steins Gate, I would have put Ferris probably up here. But hindsight has forced me to put her down here. Ferris is fantastic. Oh, she might be tightly delusional, but she's not insane. She has that persona because it helps her differentiate her life from like the really serious part to the part where she can just have friends and be happy. But as a character, she's moving and powerful and amazing. You watch Steins Gate, but you need to go through the novel? Absolutely. You should. It's got a lot more in it. I also invite you to go join me on my playthrough, but I don't go through all the endings, so you really should play it. Steins Gate's absolutely worth a read, even if you watch the anime. The anime is great, but it really pales. It does not do the visual novel justice, and that's just how good it is. Yeah, just don't play Elite. I got gifted Elite, and I tried it. Elite, I think they make some changes, but from what I can tell, they just replaced the fantastic art with clips from the anime, which is just gross. So don't do Elite. It's really, it suffers. I think they were just trying to like build off of the success of the anime. And it's like, oh, look, here's the anime, but it's the source from the anime. But trust me, it's better from the source. Anyway, Ferris, fantastic. She's a character that just melted my heart. And it's funny because I remember I get to the first episode where she comes into play, and I was like, oh, I was rolling my eyes so hard. And I was like, I can't believe this girl. Like, ugh, I can't stand her. And then as you get to know her, especially on her journey, and see like what she sacrificed and what she has to put up with, oh, stole my heart. And I actually think my favorite part is when you get to see who she is when she's not kind of putting on that role that she has. So she puts on kind of a face when she's at work. And when you get to see the real her, it genuinely, that's what sold me as a character. I was just like, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So some of you are saying, let's see. Yeah, Elite is just the anime, but novel presentation kind of weird. Yeah, like the other things too, like I saw some key scenes where they rewrote the scene to better match what happened in the anime because they didn't have animation for what happened in the visual novel. And that's just gross because they're literally warping it to try and match the inferior version. It's just gross. It's just, I don't know why they did that. And because they don't have scenes for everything, there's a lot of segments where it's just looking at a single slide of the anime for like 10-20 minutes because they don't have anything to depict because it's like the visual novel is describing stuff that didn't happen in the anime. It's just gross. But CR, you say Ferris is terribly underrated by the fandom, especially in the VN. Every character not named Kurisu is. Shame Zero pandered to that specific fandom and also regulated them to the background. Hey, it's fair. I mean, I understand it sucks, but at the same time, the writers typically have a preference on their own. They know that Kurisu is the canon character, the canon character with Okabe. That like they know that. They wanted to explore the other world lines, but they know that. She's the cash cow essentially. And so if you're going to be exploring more branching paths related to the canon ending, it makes sense that Zero was going to reflect that. And actually Kurisu is here because like you're saying, she is kind of overhyped, but at the same time, she's here. But I put her below Ferris. Actually, I'd probably put her below Vel as well. But Kurisu's fantastic. I don't blame, like, Kurisu's interesting because, like, she's so unapproachable as well. But once you got to that point where she actually would have let you be her friend, what better friend could you have, man? Like, for me, I'm not sure if I personally could see myself, like I find she's gorgeous. She's definitely, like, her character design is fantastic. And if I were in Okabe's shoes, I definitely could see the appeal. But I just think personally, when it came to her personality, I would almost want to friend zone her, if that's weird to say. But like for me, Ferris was always the more like captivating person once I got to see the real her. Kurisu's fantastic though, like top tier character and definitely like amazing. I'd want to like know her for the rest of my life and like want to be like best friends to the end. Maybe there could be more there, but like as I saw, I definitely would personally be like not sure about that. But just fantastic to be around. I think maybe part of it is like she's a little too tsundere. Like tsundere is like a fun trope, but if you actually apply it in real life, it's very like like it's like it'd be really tough to actually make that work into like a friendship or a relationship. So yeah, that's Science Gate though. Ferris and Kurisu both A tier, but I think Ferris kind of wins in the end for me. Imagine, so Joshua says, imagine Blue, so you imagine me, Estelle, and Kurisu sharing a meal together. Oh gosh. I don't think I'd get a word in. I feel like they'd start bickering about something. I'd just kind of be enjoying myself, And when I'm trying to pay for the bill, Estelle would probably attack somebody, for saying something really dumb. It'd be fun though. It'd be quite a meal. I'd be like, but could you imagine more like better people to be best friends with than Estelle and Kotarou? Like, that'd be so fun. Why can't my life be that cool? So yeah, you mentioned like light novels where Amadeus only exists in a computer, never on a cell phone. Oh, okay. So you're saying that they even like changed up the source material to try and make it more appealing? I gotcha. That tends to be it looks like a repeating pattern for them, isn't it? And I'm still a little bitter towards Side Adventure and Mages and all of them because of like the hyper aggressivism they gave to the channel a few years ago. I'm really enjoying Chaos Head, but the company itself and the recent stuff they're trying to release is like kind of clearly showing signs that it's like, I feel like they're trying to recapture the magic, but I get the feeling that the people who made the magic happen have probably been pushed out of the company by now, because it feels like a lot of the publishing that's coming out also is like trend chasing. Like they had the quintuplets show, like they did a visual novel about that. They did a visual novel about ReZero, I think. Like they're making odd choices for visual novels where they're just basing them on IPs that exist rather than trying to tell a new story. But I don't know. I don't run companies, and I don't have a multi-million YouTube channel for probably the same reason, because I care about the passion and not about the profits. So I probably, what do I know? All right, let's see. We're going to Shusotsu, which is a word I couldn't say very well for a while. This is another one where like they have weird names. I'm gonna try and make sure I say them right, because I don't trust myself to. Where is it? I'm not like, I love VNDB, but it is not the easiest site to go to like just get some condensed information. It's like replaying the same song. Why are you doing that? Oh, come on. It is just not coming up. It's like Arada or something. Gosh darn it. Why can't I find this? I was able to find it earlier. I'm just brain farting so hard right now. Oh, there it is. There's the tab. Thank goodness. Yeah, Arada. Like, it's like such a weird name. Like, Arada, but she's fantastic. Put her in B tier. I want to put her in A. I want to put everyone in A. Like, but no, she's B tier. She's very delusional, but like, again, it's one of the things like you crack through the initial veneer, and she's just like such a goofball. It should be really fun to just spend time with. Like the whole story is surrounding people who are just like, they're seen as the defects of society in a future where if you're a productive member of society, you literally get superpowers. But if you're not productive, you can lose your gift and you just become like a normal person, but you're considered like a freeloader because you're not contributing. And like, so you just get like money to pay for your food and housing, and then that's it. You're just not expected to do anything. It's kind of like it's weird. Like the premise of the story is really bizarre, if I remember correctly, because I think it's North Korea just discovers a new alloy metal that they're able to make a super like nanobot technology that they use to peacefully, quote unquote, take over the world. And so the whole world's run under a single government. But in this government, everyone gets their basic needs provided for, and you get talents to enhance your capabilities in real life, like your skills and your what you do for your job. And that can essentially give you superpowers. But if you fail to excel or fail to achieve anything, or don't like have a job, you just lose your powers and become a normal human who's weak and has to live off the system like a leech. And that's the show, is that it's about rehabilitating people who are seen as these like failures. But it does a cool exploration of like, what does it mean to be viewed as a failure in society, and like, does viewing people like that hamper them and deny them opportunities to actually grow and shine? Very conceptually interesting story. Characters are but it's good. Arada is a great character, though. She's fantastic. A lot of the characters in that are very interesting. Not a lot of them are super impactful, I would say. The main character, Otto, D tier. She's fine. Like, again, she is a best girl character from that show, from that series, because, like, I'd want to be friends with her. She has a heartbreaking story. And when she finally actually tries and stops trying to pretend that she's somebody that she's not, she actually is a really, like, a nice person. But she's also super aggravating because she can be so superficial even after she's learned the lessons that she's learned. She's still got a lot of growth to do as a character. And so she wouldn't be as pleasant to be around. Arada definitely is fun to be around, so she's up here. All right. Yeah, there's a girl named Arada. Yeah, like A-R-A-R-A. Yeah, no, it's something. That game in itself is a bit weird. It's one of those games that I enjoyed, but I don't recommend as heavily because I feel like not everyone will enjoy it like I did. Of course, I enjoy like anything. I just like a good story with characters, so if it has those. One of the things about the game that I thought was really interesting is it really shines a light on NEETs and hikikomori, which, are shut-ins, people who live off the system. And I remember at the time when we played the game, I got some messages from somebody in the community who felt like that. Like they were sick. They'd had some physical illness, but it meant that they were essentially living at home, couldn't work, and kind of just living off of their parents in their like 20s, like their late 20s. And like it had not just been a medical issue, but it also become a social anxiety issue where like they kind of like when they started to struggle with work and got to go home, they felt so emasculated by the whole experience and like kind of the jives that they got from family that they became hyper anxious whenever they thought of even going outside. And so now they felt trapped. And so they actually like talked to me about it because they're like, hey, this story is making me feel seen because I feel like these people do. And I don't know if there's a solution to that. And so for me, that alone really propelled that game into something to be like, you know what? Maybe as goofy as this game is, it's really worth considering like what it's trying to talk about. Because it's not so much the dystopian future that it all takes place in. It's more about like when you're constantly told both verbally and subconsciously by your peers that you're a failure and they're a waste of space. What does that do to a person? And how does that limit that person from trying anything new when they're being told that they're a failure no matter what? So yeah, really interesting. All right, moving on. So Gabrielle, this is from Saint Maker, which is one of the best horror games I've played. I'm gonna put her in C. She's very abrasive, but at least she's got a head on her shoulders. Essentially, she's been sent to a camp to like convert the badness out of her, which is a very real thing. And the game itself really tries to highlight the trauma that can be involved in faith. Because like faith, I talked about it in a recent video actually. Faith can be a really strong builder of persons and society and culture. It often is a motivator to be better people, but it also can be used as a weapon. And the story is about the weaponization of faith and like how that affects people, and also about like the burden of your choices and mistakes and what you perceive as your mistakes. And it kind of flows into her other. Let's see if I can get to that too. Yeah, so Holly, that's the other one, and she's here on this list too. There's not a whole lot of choices for characters, so like Holly's here by default, but I'm telling you right now, like as soon as I find her, I know exactly where she's going. Holly, D tier. If there's an F tier in this list, it's Holly. She's fine. She needs a friend. She needs she's a very good, well-written character who's gone through some horrific trauma and blames it all on themselves, and then subsequently tries to bury it to prevent herself from ever thinking about it. But I don't think I would be able to. It'd be tough for me to be her friend. Like, that's kind of like the D tier. Is like, for one reason or another, I think it would genuinely be difficult for me to be friends with them. Would I want to on some level? Yeah, but it'd be challenging. Like, I'd probably be, like, I could, it's like, do you ever had those friends that you love to pieces, but you have to have them in small doses? That's D tier for me. It's like, I love you, but please just give me a little space sometimes, please. All right. Moving on. Saint Maker was fun. It's actually not fun. It's horrifically depressing. But yeah, we're going to go to Giselle from the House of Fata Morgana. Giselle's beautiful and wonderful, and she's B tier. She is a ray of sunshine character who went through some horrific stuff. Everybody in that game went through horrific stuff. But Giselle is somebody who's like, you just want to be around. And I really don't want to say too much because like her story in itself is super spoilerific. But because if you have never played Fata Morgana, absolutely play it. So I'm not going to say too much. But I just say, like, as far as best girls go, Giselle, top tier. Very much would want to be someone you want in your corner. I might push her up to here, actually. Just somebody whom you want the best for, and who would genuinely be enjoyable to be around. Yeah, so yeah, you'll get around to Fata Morgana and Umineko. People say they're similar in some ways. I wouldn't know about Umineko. Fata Morgana, genuinely fantastic stories, and I actually will say, like we talked about, like touched on the subject of DEI and like inclusion and about how there's like inclusion and then there's toxic inclusion. I think this is one of the best examples of non-toxic inclusion, where it talks about topics that are tough, that are difficult to frame, and especially considering like the fact that it came out in 2012. The topics it covers and the way it covers them is so phenomenal. It takes subjects that are often misconstrued and politicized and really humanizes them. Because like, look, this is like an experience from a point of view that you probably never had, but it's one that you can digest and understand. It's so well done. But the other best girl from Fata Morgana that I have to go and put in A tier is actually Morgana herself. Again, I really can't say much because if you haven't read that game, you need to read that game. But I'll just say this. Morgana is way more than she appears, even when you initially start to get to know who she is as a character. Fantastic. She's also very abrasive, though. It's funny because like a lot of the more abrasive characters have been coming into the B slot, but for Morgana, like absolutely A slot. Hang on, where did? Oh yeah, Giselle. I moved her over there. I was like, where'd she go? You know, Morgana, absolutely A slot for me. Fantastic. Probably my favorite character in that whole game. And I think that's interesting because I don't think a lot of people would agree with me on that. There's so many fantastic characters in that game, though. Like, I'm not surprised that there's a lot of divisiveness about which one's the best. I'm guessing Nellie's the character that's least fan-liked. Like, I mean, she's a good character, but I'm guessing she's not topping charts anytime soon. Especially if you listen to how I voiced her. I'll tell you that she was like a younger girl when she was on the screen, when she first appeared. So I gave her a higher pitched voice, and she says a lot. So I talked to her voice a lot in that game. So brace yourself if you watch that playthrough. But Fata Morgana, absolutely top tier game. It's probably in the top 10. One of the best stories that's ever been written. Absolutely should read it if you never have. All right. Here we get some interesting ones. So, Muv-Luv. I splurged. I couldn't help myself. How was I supposed to just have 2? I picked more than 2. So, I think I picked 5. 5 best girls I couldn't, like, not have in the list. So we're going to talk about them. Okay. Oh, this is going to suck. If there's any opinions on here that's going to be, like, flaying me alive, it's going to be this list here. And I think some of this will surprise you. Oh, this is going to hurt. Okay. Hayase. Technically Rumbling Hearts, but she's so much of Muv-Luv and so critical to the Muv-Luv. I count her. I do want to play Rumbling Hearts. I own it. It's come out. It will probably be covered on the channel. but I decided we would take a break from Muv-Luv stuff because the main Muv-Luv stuff has been released yet, or at least translated, that I haven't played yet. And so I put Rumbling Hearts on the shelf for now. We'll go back to it probably when we go back to Muv-Luv. Put Maya in D tier. If I did that, I'd probably have to burn my own house down. Hayase, it's so close. It's so close. And it might change when we play Rumbling Hearts, but I'm going to put her in A tier. I think I'm going to put her at the top of A tier. Like, I think she'll unseat Budapest, but I think in the grand scheme of things, I have to put her in A tier because I love her to pieces, but I feel like she just pales in comparison to what is possible. She's fantastic, though. Fantastic character. And I'm actually going to be pairing her up in the same slots, and maybe she'll be overcome by Yufei, who is for essentially a side character. I genuinely was entranced with her from day one. She popped up on the screen with her attitude, the chimes, and her character design and everything, and I was just like, I like you a lot. And then she never disappointed. Fantastic character. I wish we had more about her. Genuinely, she probably, if I could get more of her backstory and really get to know her as a character, I bet you she'd be in S tier easily because she's already close. Probably, people are gonna hate this, but I genuinely think when push came to shove, she was probably my favorite character in Total Eclipse. I don't know why side characters can sometimes do that, but sometimes you get those shining lights that just speak to your soul, and you're just like, okay, guess you're just my favorite now. So wait, you're saying, CR, you're saying that her design is a prototype for Maya? What do you mean? Like, so she was a precursor for Maya? Because she appears in the games like after Maya, right? Like, was she in different games before? Or was she, so you're saying that she originally was the design for Maya, and then they went to a different design, and they brought her back as Yufei instead. Okay, that would actually make sense. Interesting. Maybe that... I don't like what that implies. Rumbling Hearts before Maya. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little behind the times. There's a delay in your talk. So you're talking about Hayase for Muv-Luv. Gotcha. Okay. So that's going to sound really confusing when I get really confused there. I'm guessing that there was a bigger delay because you're only supposed to be like 30 seconds behind me. And I feel like that posting is more than 30 seconds behind. So I think there's something going on. Or you know what it might be? YouTube suddenly puts random ads in. I don't choose when the ads go up. I think some people can, but I don't. So yeah, if you guys were on an ad break or something, like there's probably a delay. So we'll see. Anyway, Yufei, really fun. Here we go, though. You ready to get your pitchforks out? Because I'm going to put Sumika in A tier. And I'll probably put her under, I'll probably put her behind Estelle. I love Sumika a lot. She's such a good character. She really is. And she really, really, like, I guess for me, like, there's a bit of obnoxiousness to her. And I think I said this, and that's okay, but I think I said this at the time. I said, I like Sumika. I'm delaying on a shut up. I like Sumika. And I genuinely would want it, like, she would be one of the best friends you could ever have. I definitely would want to be in that position. But I definitely also am of the opinion that Sumika is the best for Kotarou. Not for me. Kotarou, I do think there's a solid argument to say that it genuinely should be, like, Kotarou and Sumika forever. Just because they really are, like puzzle pieces that are just locked in. Like, it's just meant to be. These of Hearts, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I know I'm gonna die. Someone's going to burn my house down. It's gonna happen. So yeah, you probably know, I'm not shy about it at all. For a long time on the channel, Maya has been an S tier. She's fantastic. She's really, really genuinely amazing as a character. Her design, her personality, the delivery, all of it. hits every chord perfect. It's funny too because like I look at that picture and I try and imagine like what's someone who's never seen Muv-Luv and maybe never even read a visual novel and they see Maya, like what do you think with the hair vents and the long tail and the sword? But it's like, do you even need 5 minutes before you realize that she's a top character? Maybe not the best character in your opinion, but in mine, she definitely is. All right. So I'm looking for like Gundam hair. Someone just Rio says Gundam hair. Man, you can rightfully laugh. CR says you can rightfully laugh, but an alternative really made me realize I am shipping. Okay, by how incredibly salty I was over how she was focused over Maya. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get it, but like the problem is with like, and I know people like I've got a good friend. Is it Chisaki? Like she's the class rep. I always think of her as class rep. Class with the glasses. Oh no, Chizuru. My friend absolutely was obsessed with her when he played Extra. And we would get in discussions about that. And I really like that. Pretty much all the girls in Muv-Luv really can make a solid case for why they're best girl. And I could agree with most of them. I wouldn't say that they are best girl, but I'd agree your arguments are sound. Just because the character designs are so well done, the humanity within them is so well done. All right, we're ready for real controversy here? You ready for the real controversy? How would you feel if I put the order like that? If I were to shuffle this order a little bit and put Yui here. So, alright. I'm not sure. Genuinely, in my head, these two, it's like it sucks because like, it plays into the trope of them being the twins. Like, and it really plays into the trope of like what happens in their stories. But in my head, they flip-flop a lot. They fight. They fight hard for this top spot in this S tier here. Yeah. So CR UK prepared. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like when I played Altered Fable, I was like, I could play Maya, but I've seen Maya's routes like twice now. I want more about Yui. And oh my gosh, Yui's route was amazing. I was crying. I was so emotionally moved. And like I'll say in Altered Fable, between the two routes in Altered Fable, Yui's is much better. Maya's route's great. But it almost feels like it's rehashing old territory. It feels like they're playing up to the idea that like you've been watching and seeing and even romancing Maya through multiple games. This is just another angle and aspect of Maya's personality. Yui just was something else. So yeah, I can't put specifically one before the other here. I wanted to see what your reaction would be, but yeah, no, it is a tough fight, and it kind of comes down to the day. Like if you ask me day to day which one of the two I enjoyed more, it's a toss-up. Maya, like the points that go against Maya is that she's so earnest, it kind of becomes a problem. If you like how she just has no chill. Do you remember in Extra? It's been so long, but remember in Extra, you go to the amusement park and they do like a live action. Oh shoot, what's it called? It's the Power Rangers, but in Japan, like what Power Rangers was like based on. But they do like a reenactment of that show on the stage, and the monster comes out, and she and Maya draws her sword and charges the stage. It's like that'd be a lot to deal with. Yui is so down to earth, but she's also kind of twisted. Like she's such a manipulator. It'd be hard to you'd have to just give her 100% of your trust, and you wouldn't even be able to know if you could trust yourself. But they're both super Sentai. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Just Real. But yeah, so these two, they're awesome. And even in their flaws are endearing. That's part of why they're S tier. That's Chloe too. Like, Chloe doesn't have a whole lot of flaws, but the flaws she has are just, they're good. They just make her a better character and more fun to be around. Like, if they were perfect, you wouldn't want to be around someone who's perfect because you'd feel inadequate. But yeah, these three here. Yeah, I'm seeing trends here, people. I'm seeing trends here. Oh no. So yeah, And then last but not least, Yui. Right here up there with ISA. Yui is amazing. I think when it came to like the binary choice in a Total Eclipse, it was like Yui or oh my gosh, I should know it. It hasn't been that long. Scarlet Twins. You're gonna hate me for this. I have to look it up because I want to make sure I say it right. I know it, but I don't want to say it wrong and look really stupid. Kriska, that's right, of course, Kriska. I think I was mixing up in my head with Inya and Kriska because they're such a pair. Like, I kept wanting to say Inya, and I was like, no, I don't think that's right, so I looked it up. So Kriska, if it came between Kriska and Yui, I preferred Yui. If I were to choose, I was going to choose the Yui route, if Yufei couldn't be a route. But imagine if the pitchfork moment was because I forgot a name. Shut up! You gotta be fair, it's been long enough. And she wasn't like my favorite. I do love the Kriska arc though. Kriska was amazing as a character, but Yui was my preferred there. But yeah, I think the A's like order here, like S tier, like don't take too much bearing in the order because honestly, I think anyone who makes it to S tier is fighting for the top spot. All of them, like even Chloe. Like I could put Chloe right here, and I feel perfectly happy with that. So like, don't assume the way I have these ordered is going to mean anything for best girl. It's just like they're up here for a reason. But for the rest of these, the order does matter. So I would put Yui here. She's such a fantastic character. Beautiful. She's probably one of the most like, I think they really tried hard to make her just an attractive person. Like all of their characters are of course attractive. They do that on purpose, and you know I'm all for it. But like I felt like Yui, they really pushed to be like she's attractive, and not because she's wearing like outfits she wears. It's like every outfit she wears makes her look great. But she's fantastic, and I really loved being able to do that backstory with like the capital burns. Like that really like elevated her to a higher tier to put her right behind a high SI, which I didn't think she would be able to approach. I thought like Tama would be more. I would like Tama or Ayamane more, but no, she shot right past them. So she's definitely like up here in a healthy spot. Now I think that's all. I'm trying to make sure I didn't accidentally forget somebody. But no, I think that's everybody from Love and where I put them. So we're going to jump away a bit from a visual novel and jump back into a non-visual novel that I played on the channel, Persona 5. This is fun because there's a lot of posts about like Best Girl with Persona 5. And it's interesting because my opinion's changed since I played the game. So we're going to go for that and say Hifumi. I put Hifumi in A tier. She's a dork, but she's a dork in the best way, where she can kind of contain it and it's mostly just like a cute, like intelligent girl. But then when you get her playing shogi and she just kind of goes full like anime mode, and I love that. That's really fun. I wish I could play shogi. I like chess. I probably should learn shogi at some point because it's like chess but on steroids. Well, not steroids, but it's more complicated chess. I'd love to learn it, but as a character, she's really fun. I heard someone say it, and I definitely agree. I think Hifumi had a much stronger case for being one of the Phantom Thieves. I think she would have made a much more interesting Phantom Thief. And I'll get back to that in a second, but Thieves of Hearts, you say, which is ironic that your name is Thieves of Hearts, and you say Persona 5 was fun, but you don't think it was a masterpiece, but you really liked it. I kind of agree. It's far from perfect. But I think also the other thing is it was a product of the times. I think it came out at a time when there just hadn't been a lot of very exciting JRPGs released. And it came out, and not only was it really fun for JRPG and Persona fans, but it was also digestible for non-fans. Like it was you could jump in and play Persona 5 having never played any JRPG or Persona game and have a blast and really enjoy and get into it. So that's why I think people consider it a masterpiece, is because for a lot of people, I think it was their first JRPG. I'm going to be frank here. Persona 5 is great, but Trails in the Sky blows it out of the water. Far, far superior game. far better writing, far better characters, and far better just delivery and everything. Like, Persona 5 is fun, absolutely amazingly fun. And I think there's Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky it could be tough to approach. If you plot that down in front of someone who's never played a JRPG before, it's a monster. Like, that game throws me for loops and has challenging moments. And I'm pretty decent at those games. I'm not amazing, but I'm pretty good. Like, the fact that it genuinely, I have to try several boss fights multiple times, like, that's tough. That's tough. Persona 5 is a lot more approachable. Absolutely agree. The whole Trail series, but love Sky. Yeah, like, I imagine that, like, Falcom's, like the worst part about being in Falcom's shoes is that they have to somehow try and live in the shadow of Trails because it's, like, so good. I don't know how they can do it. But Himiko, not Himiko. What am I talking about? Hifumi, A tier character. And then here, Makoto. You're going to C tier. She was my best girl when I first played the game. But as I, like, thought about it over time, I kind of I can't even realize that she's, like, she has key moments, but I feel like Persona 5 pushes her a bit. Like it almost, like, makes her the canon girl. Because it really tries hard. Like, it makes all the different routes and romanceable paths and friendships really fun and dynamic. It does a great job with all of them. But it really tries, like, in main story content, like, if you watch, like, the interactions Makoto has with the main character and the role she plays, it feels like in the canon stuff, like the stuff that's not disputable or choice-based, it really pushes this idea that Makoto is, like, the match for, what's the main character's canon name? Like, Ren? And, oh, CR? Here's the funny thing. I've only played the one. I want to play the others, but I want to play them on the channel someday. So I've only played Persona 5. It's a really solid one. I've heard Persona 4 and 3 are good. I've heard that people who played 3 like it a lot more than 4. But I've heard plenty of people say that 4 is great. But it's one of those things where, like, if you play 5 and then you go backward, I think you're gonna it's not just, like, the loss of fidelity in the graphics that might be a bit off-putting, but also, like, the game mechanics they're not as dynamic as they are in 5. Yeah, these are parts you say 4 is your favorite. So yeah, like, I've heard many good things. I've never heard anything. I don't know about Persona 1 or 2. Like, can you even play them? Like, I don't even know what console they were on. I only heard about 3, 4, and 5. I don't know anything about the first 2. But anyway, Makoto here, C. Fantastic character, well done. But, like, I feel like I would struggle to, like, really, like, she definitely wouldn't be my best friend of the Fan of Thieves. Even the core Fan of Thieves, I actually think I would get along with other characters better. But as far as the romanceable characters go, she is one of the better ones. I have her on this list, though, because she was best girl when I played the game on the channel. And I kind of need to revise that she is a best girl, but she's definitely lost footing over time. She's just not D tier. She's definitely not D tier. Because, like I said, D tier is, like, the people who, like, I like, but I would probably struggle to spend time with. She's just here in C tier. All right. Now I want to see a super blast from the past. Oh, you just started Trails? Ah, I'm jealous. I wish I could see through your eyes again. Definitely check in the series, like, after you play the game, like, and see what I thought at those, like, especially at your key moments. But you're gonna I think you'll outpace me because you're probably gonna get addicted like I did, but, like, you don't pace yourself like I do, where I only play a couple hours a week for videos. So yeah, like, I'm jealous of you, man. I'm jealous. All right, moving on topic though. Blast from the past. I don't know if any of you have ever watched the first visual novel I covered on the channel. The inspiration for it actually came from the Anime Man channel, because back then, he was the first person. I first got introduced to the concept of visual novels through him, because I followed him. He was one of the first content creators I followed on, like, YouTube that covered anime in general. And the whole reason that I did, it's brilliant. His naming scheme is perfect. Naming his channel that was, like, such a brilliant move, because I remember I was like, I wanted to get an anime. I'd been shown anime growing like in high school, but I never, like, hunted it down. I just, like, had a friend who recommended a couple to me, and I really fell in love with Baccano as an anime. And so later down the line, I said, you know what, I want to try anime again. Where's a good place to start? So I tried to look up, like, best anime to start with, and Anime Man's video of top 10 first anime to watch popped up, and I watched that, and I subscribed to his channel. And then he played two visual novels, and he played one. I was like, wow, that was really interesting. And then he started this one. I was like, you know what? I want to see more content like this. I am struggling to find anybody who covers it in a way that I find appealing. So, a visual novel man. I have a feeling that wouldn't have taken off like the Anime Man. It sounds so cheesy too. Again, just like everything else in my channel, it's not search optimization. Like it's not optimized for searches. It's just personal. Maybe bring it up later in the stream. It's been a while probably since I've talked about it. I'd love to talk about the origin of the name, the blue shifting, like where that came from, because it's a very personal story for me. But anyway, so yeah, the YouTube. So Anime Man played a few visual novels, and I really liked them. I was like, what is this stuff? And I looked at it. I was like, this is what I've always wanted, because I grew up reading the Choose Your Own Adventure books, and I thought those were the coolest things in the world. And I was like, man, I wish there was more stuff like this. I had no idea that visual novels existed. And so I started my visual novel journey in 2015, 2016 when I started the channel. Like every visual novel I played in my entire life, I played on the channel. I started pure when I played. And the first one I started with was the game that he started. And I said, hey, if he's starting it, I should play it too. And it's called Sound of Drop, Fall into Poison. Sound of Drop, Fall into Poison is a mystery psychological thriller with touches of Cthulhu-esque type of eldritch horror. Real great start, right? So there's two characters in it, Himiko and, oh, what was the other girl's name? Miko, I think? Again, I'm going to double check this. Sound of Drop, characters. Friday night, baby. So, no, it's Himino and Mayumi. So I was way off. Keep in mind, though, I played this game in 2016, and oh my gosh, absolutely, go watch that first video. If you ever want to see just how much better I've gotten at making content on YouTube, go watch my early stuff. It's horrific, but I learned a lot, and the game was pretty solid. So Himino, fantastic character, probably a B tier. She's nice, very lovely. She goes through some crap, that's for sure, in this game, but she's very sweet. And definitely someone I could see myself like yeah, I'd want to be friends with her. I'd want to spend time with her. Mayumi, she's the main character, D tier. She suffers the same problem. Like these three have the same problem on the bottom. Like Arisa, Holly, and Mayumi. The three in the D tier, the last three in the D tier together. They're main characters of their stories, but they have such troubles dealing with stuff in their life, and like even after they deal with their stuff, like their personalities just kind of like are a bit grating for me. So like I like them, I'd want to care, I care about them, and I want them to be successful, and I'd want to be their friend, but I'd need them in doses. I couldn't handle them all the time. But yeah, the biggest thing here is just shout out to the earliest visual novel on the channel. Man, it's a lot changed since then. But we're kind of flowing right from there to another one of the early stuff we covered on the channel, Ace Academy. Ace Academy is one of the earliest visual novels, but it's probably one of the best ones from back then. While the visual novel has a lot of shortcomings and it leans really heavily into making... Hey... I see that, CR, the blue hair enjoyer shifting. Shush! It's a little too on the nose. It could work. What if I lost a bet and had to change the channel to be the blue hair enjoying shifting? What if I just changed it to the blue hair enjoyer? What if that was just the channel name? Ugh. Yeah, just for you, like D tier, the acquaintance zone. Yeah, well, like there'd be friends in doses. F tier would be acquaintances, but they won't even be on this list because no one in this list could be F tier because they wouldn't be best girl. But yeah, acquaintance zone is pretty fair. Friend zone, acquaintance zone, same diff. Yeah, because I could definitely tell you, like, Shigaru's the only exception so far to where, like, if I were genuinely to be like, look, if I were in that universe and we were, like, friends and knew each other, would I actually be interested in dating them? Probably everyone in D tier is just like, no. Everyone above could be like possibly, but like it's mostly like guaranteed. Yeah, I'd want to be friends with them, maybe more, but it's hard to put yourself into that shoes that much beyond like the games play, because real life and games are so different, obviously, for good reason. Anyway, Ace Academy. Ace Academy is one of the earlier games I played. Pixel Fade's first release, and so where they were actually kind of asking people to play their game and cover it online. So again, one of the reasons why I was able to play it was because they were actively looking for people to cover it. Wonderful game. Absolutely fantastic. Characters are good. One of the things that Ace Academy did that they stopped doing in Pixel Fade games that I wish they'd bring back, because I think more visual novels need it, they had timed choices. Now, a lot of them were kind of gimmicky. Like, they had most of them were involved with the combat where you were fighting mechs. And in it, you pretty much had 3 seconds to pick the most appropriate word. But they it was like you're like, oh, I need to attack him, and like the words would be like punch, slash, kick, evade, trip, hesitate. And it's like, well, clearly you don't pick dodge, hesitate, or trip. You pick attack or slash or jump or whatever. Like that was the choice, but you had a time limit to pick it. And if you didn't pick in time, it defaulted to the worst option. But there were a few other moments where you got interactions with characters and dateable characters, and like being able to like one of them is one of the characters is leaving the bus after you've had a good conversation with them. They're running off to class because they're late. And you have a split second where the character's like, should I ask for their contact number, their phone number? And you get 3 seconds to decide if you yes, call out to them and say like, hey, can I have your number, or no? And that changes how you interact with that character. And I think that's a cool mechanic. I think visual novels can let you hem and haw too much sometimes. And it'd be kind of fun to let it be like, you have to make a snap decision and then suffer the consequences of it. I think games like Steins Gate would have really benefited from that, a time pressure where like you make those critical decisions, but you have like a window of like 10 seconds where you have to like mull things over and decide. I think that would have been cool to explore. I want to see more of that in games, and if I make a visual novel someday, that's what I want to do. I want to make sure I do that someday. All right, so Ace Academy. Oh gosh, I'm brain farting again. Like I'm mixing up her name. I know it. Kaori. That's it. Kaori. Kaori, B tier. She's fantastic. She's the super tsundere character, and it's real obnoxious at first, but she's a sweetheart. She is very much more on the dere side of the tsundere. She's very like enjoyable to be around, and she was actually the fan favorite. So they did they did an after story for her where they said like, they went back and said like, hey, like who do you want to see like after the ending of Ace Academy, but you want to see like the exploration of that relationship? And she won the poll in the fandom, so she's a fan favorite. She was, and she, for good reason, she's fantastic, but she's not my favorite. My favorite in that game is here. Where is she? Back here, Yuna. She's an A tier for me. Yuna is just adorable. She's kind of like, she has some like, if Kaori has some like the tsundere girlfriend vibe, Yuna has the sweetheart vibe where she's got it all though. She likes playing tennis. She likes to bake. She has a bit of a bro con for her own brother, which is a little weird, but like that's the thing, is like she's obsessed with her brother, but it's not in that she doesn't take it to a weird place. But the weird place she takes it is that she sees similarities between you and her brother, and that's why she likes you. So it's like, But so you guys are talking about Zero Time Dilemma. I'll have to try that out. Is that like I think I've seen it's the Zero trilogy, right? I do want to play that at some point. It's been on the list for a while. But yeah, Yuna, probably she was my best girl. She's the girl I did on the route, and I played all the other routes, and I still thought she was my favorite. Very sweet, very fun. Again, they were also some of my introduction to like the dating sim rom. They were probably the first rom-com game I played. It's a really good one. So if you've never played Ace Academy, it's a real good case study in just like watching, especially because that's the thing, is like their developer, Pixel Fade, I believe they're Canada, they're Western. They're probably one of, in my opinion, one of the best Western-based visual novel designers right now. And they're still making visual novels. So that's really, really cool to see. I want them to be successful. If nothing else, then to just have diversity on the market. And show that there is a space for success in this market, and in the visual novel like genre. So definitely want to see them succeed more. Okay, so this one's gonna be tough. This next girl, I definitely know I need to, like, I'm not remembering her properly. So hang on, I gotta go. I have to even like look up this. Like, this is gonna be like sad. I have to look up the game that she's from because I want to make sure I It's not. Is it 7th layer? No, it's not 7th layer. What game was that from? God, it's one of those ones where it's like it's a long time ago, and it's a game that wasn't like a top tier game. Shoot, where did I put her? I had to look her up for like to get this put together, but then I like probably just deleted it out of my brain. Oh, I'm so sorry. How's everyone doing? You guys holding out okay? We're more than halfway done now, but I'm getting like out of breath a bit. Gosh darn it, where is this? I might have to look it up in like, oh, this is so bad. I might have to actually look it up in my like playlists. My playlist is the best record of what I played. I might have to actually do that. It's so sad that this is like the case, but like you cover enough stuff on the channel. Like the really good stuff tends to overwrite the okay stuff. I don't think I've played a single game I would describe as like, oh, that was not a good game. Like, I don't think I would see something to the end if I didn't see any merit to it at all. But there's definitely some that are kind of like, meh. And this is one of those ones that was meh. Okay, Miniature Garden. That's what it is. Okay. Miniature Garden. It's one of those ones that like plays off the 7 mysteries in a school, but there's actual like a mystery. Very it's very compelling. Okay. Rio, that's her name. Rio. She's C tier. It's funny because like there's a couple girls in this, but none of them really like struck a chord with me, and a lot of them are pretty crazy. Oh, I need to take off the slides. So yeah, so she's right here. I put her in C tier. She was the character that had the most personality and the most interesting like stuff going on. Very compelling character. Definitely like the person I'd be like, I'm sticking with you. Everyone else was psychopaths, so no bueno there. But like, it's also a good game. Miniature Garden, it's probably okay. It's definitely one of the ones where most visual novels I'd recommend just wholeheartedly. That's when I'd say like, hey, you got nothing else. If you got nothing else to read and it's on sale, just grab it. It is a good time, but it's not. But it's just not top tier. Oh, the April Fool's ones? No, the April Fool's ones, those were April Fool's on purpose. I drop April Fool's ones because they're awful. Because they're the stupid, like, etchy, just, like, shovelware. That, I don't know, like, maybe there's something to them. I was worried that the Love Esquire was going to be one of those. But I waited it out, and it turned out to be amazing. So maybe I'd be surprised by those Sakura games. But based on what I saw on Lost Paws, I wasn't missing much. But see, are you saying you had to drop Grisaya Miku after reading the after story? So like, you're saying that you think, for your opinion, Grisaya kind of falls off? Yeah. I've heard people saying that the later ones, like there's some that are good that we definitely need to go to eventually, but that there's some that are kind of meh. Another one of those issues where like they kind of they bottled like liquid gold in when they made their original, and like they're trying to like recapture that down the line, and it's like it's not gonna work because like whoever it was that brought about the magic probably left. Yeah, Fruit of Grisaya is great though. Loved Fruit of Grisaya. We'll get into them. We'll get to them. But yeah, so anyway, I'll put her here. Moving on. So back to Pixel Fade. Okay, we're jumping right back to them. So they had Crystalline. Crystalline was interesting because it only had one romance path. You didn't get to choose. There were romances, but they were exploring this idea that like, each character was doing their own thing, and your character just got to, your character gets brought into the situation, and so you only have that romanceable one. So there only could be one best girl, really. So I've got her here. So this is more of just like, where would I put her on this chart? She's here. Sure, her name was Dawn, something Dawn. Gosh darn it, here I am bumbling around again. It is right here, Liana Dawn. So she's supposed to be like related in some way to the girl that's in the next Pixel Fade. Like they're supposed to be like they're part of the same family somehow, and they're from the same world. So that's kind of cool to see like the interconnectedness. But I put her at B. So she's fine. She's great. Like she's a very sweet character to be in a romance with. And she's got a lot of personalities. Like otherwise, like as a friend, like she would be fantastic to be around. Almost a little too earnest. She's like. Have you ever played a D&D game with someone who like plays a paladin, and they play it super straight laced, and to the point where they can sometimes interfere with like what the rest of the party's trying to do? She would be that person. Where like there's nothing wrong with that per se, but it can get to the point where it's like, come on, like let's like at least talk about this, even if you don't agree with something. Let's have a conversation here. But good character. Gosh, Lin, I think is her name. This is from I always said it, Jin Gaush and Daush. I just need to move my, hang on. I just need to move my Steam chart over here because I keep using it. Okay. So, Jingashi and Daoshi or Jiangshi and Daoshi. Very interesting. Chinese narrative based, fantastic story. A little intense actually. It's one of those games that like has a lot of comedy going on, but then it has like really like horrific things happening as well. And it's like what on earth is happening here? Like it was like people are dying or having their stomachs ripped open, but it's still cracking jokes. Like it's crazy. But Ling, gonna put her here in B tier, probably higher up here though. She's too innocent for her own good, but she's awesome. She's a heart of gold and just lovely as a person. Her abilities are pretty cool. And her determination to do what's right, even if it means questioning her own belief system, is really inspiring. So very cool series. I hope they do more. They've released, I think, 3 chapters, and we covered all 3. But it's one of those ones that's kind of like Sunrider and Mamiya. I've kind of put on the back burner to see if they come out with more later, because it's on to something really cool with that series. But like to summarize it, in case, because like you might have heard of it. So the story follows an ex-assassin who's trying to retire, who gets attacked by a demon and like gets essentially killed. And he's discovered by Ling, a Taoist, who's come down from the Holy Mountain as an immortal. She's immortal. She's lived for like hundreds of years. She's the youngest Taoist though, and she's come down because like the monsters have been escaping, and like she's heard rumors about other things that are going on, and she's also questioning whether she wants to stay immortal or if she wants to give up her abilities and powers to become mortal, because she's not sure if she wants to be an immortal monk. But she finds him just as he's like dying, and so she uses her powers to to trap his soul back into his dead body. And so that's why he becomes a Jiangshi, which is like a Chinese zombie, a Jiangshi. So his soul is trapped by a talisman in his body, and she's determined to bring him back to life properly. So she's holding his soul to his body and is going to try and repair his body. And that's their journey. Like, and that's not a spoiler. That's the first 5 minutes of the story. So, like, it's really interesting. Very fun. I think it's one of those like kinetic visual novels that has like animated sequences, and it genuinely, I think it would make a good anime. Really, really fun there. Okay, so Jester, you're pointing out that the she in Chinese is more of a sh instead of a she, which is what Japanese would be. So, jiang and daosh. Okay. I never was good at that, even when the episodes were coming out. And I think someone told me that back then. It's been a while. All right, but yeah, so Zhang and Daosh, very solid series. I definitely think it's one of those ones where like it's a good visual novel. I think it'd make a better anime. It'd be a really good anime. All right, so now here's another one. Blast from the Past, one of the first games I played. Let's see. Phase Academy wasn't my first like dating sim. It was this one. Ever heard of Panzermädels? Panzermädels is a joke visual novel that came out around the time I was doing my channel, and so I jumped on it and went for it. It's where you date personifications of tanks from World War II. It's as dumb as it sounds, and it just owns it. So M4 Sherman, the Sherman German tank, is the first. She's a C tier. She has no regard for safety, often threatens to get you blown up, and almost does, I think, on multiple occasions. But she's at least fun. Like a character, she's a person whom, if you could go and have a party with a tank, she's the tank you'd want to party with, because she actually goes out and has fun. She cuts classes and a bit of a delinquent, but... Oh, a tofu boyfriend. Okay, yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. So she's fun, and then her counterpart that's from the game is... Oh, no, sorry, she's Sherman. That's right. Panzer is the blonde, who's down here indeed. Sherman, she's the American tank. And, okay. I'm starting to see... I have a bit of a preview on my screen. Oh, that's what's going on. So, not... Okay. My preview wasn't showing me what was right, and I was really worried about that. Okay. So, M4 Sherman, she's fun to be around. Everything I said about her is right, but I got her name wrong. Panzer, she's the German. She's goofy. She's the route I ended up going on the channel. But in real life, she'd be an acquaintance at best. The game is stupid and fun. But those people, they definitely are just, like, ribbing and making fun of stuff because they make subtle jokes about her being a German from World War II. And then, like, the next game they came out with was, like, I think it was, like dating a girl from North Korea. It's like, okay, whatever, dudes. But it was a goofy game, so they make it on this list just because they were on the channel. Now, Hotofu Boyfriend. You bring up Thieves of Hearts. I did technically play that, but I did that in a collaboration with another channel, and we had a lot of fun. But that's not, like, because it was a collaborative effort, and I think it was on their channel primarily. You'd have to go to theirs. That it was the channel changed its name since then. I think it's still up there though. But it was called JoJo Has Fun, but now I think it's called Mom Hat Studios. But they're a fun channel, very comedic based. But we just ended up connecting, and we did a few live streams together. That was pretty fun. Man, I haven't tried to do collabs in ages. I kind of got burned out on them, honestly. Oftentimes it was hit or miss, and it feels kind of fake because, like, you talk to each other like you're friends, even though you're getting to know each other, but then, like, you don't necessarily actually click and become friends, and so then you just stop talking to each other, and then it's, like, weird. So I'm kind of like, I've kind of cooled off on trying to do collabs. I'd be open to them, but now my schedule's so wacky, I don't think I could do them really. Well, actually, no, now that I think about it, as long as they could be up really late or they were on the other side of the world, maybe that would be more doable now that I'm doing my wonky schedule. But still, push comes to shove. I just haven't been super, like, gung-ho about getting collabs going at all because, I don't know, don't really need to. I'm pretty happy with where things are right now. And it's honestly, visual novels are hard to do collabs on. The best I could imagine would be like doing a collab with someone who could do better girl voices, so that we could do like we could or could ham it up and just be really cheesy with the voice work and just like make it a more fun experience that way. I can always imagine someday getting to like a Game Grumps collaborative level where we're playing a game together like with somebody else and we can like banter back and forth. But I'm also just like, I'm not funny. I wish I were more funny, but I'm too serious. I take things too seriously, and so it's hard for me to be like funny. But yeah, we did Hotofu Boyfriend. God, I haven't thought about that game in a while. We had a blast with it though. And if we did a best boys list, I'd probably do a Hotofu Boyfriend on that, because it's all boys in that, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. It's hard to tell. They're birds. Oh. Yep, it's interesting. I forgot, like, we do have, I forgot a Steins Gate girl. I had two of them, but I forgot there's technically a Steins Gate 0 girl coming up. So yeah, we're getting there. But first we have this one, which is, this was an interesting one. What was it? It was... It's another one of those smaller ones that I picked up, got recommended, and tried to do and enjoyed, but like I found out at the end of it there was like part 1 of like expected like 4 or 5 parts, and I haven't seen that I haven't heard about other ones coming out yet, so like who knows if that's gonna happen. Oh come on, where are you? I had you here a second ago. I remember I saw it and I immediately knew what it was. Gosh darn it. Alright, back to the playlist. That miniature garden. Oh wait, no, I need to be going forward in time. So after Fata Morgana. Oh yeah, Forgotten Trace. Forgotten Trace, the Thanos. That's an interesting one. So, Forgotten Trace... Shush, CR, we'll get to that in a second. Forgotten Trace is a really cool concept. It's this, like, I don't even know what the whole concept is. It's super mysterious. But it had this idea of, like, souls that made a pact with, like, this eternal being. I'm guessing she's, like, a fae, like a spirit of the forest, who wanted to know what it was like being human. And they, like, helped her. But then, like, she died somehow, and from a traitor. And then it's the story about, like, reconnecting, because apparently you and other people are kind of like in this reincarnation loop where you're being reborn, but part of your soul is still attached to what happened in that with that forest, like fae or spren, and like you're trying to suss it out. But there's like weird mysteries going on, like mysterious deaths that are happening, and like people who are showing up and doing odd things. Really interesting story. Madoka is the first girl who's here. She was genuinely B tier. Fantastic. Her story was super sad, but I really liked how it played out and what happened with it. Revealed a lot of like really interesting story beats. And then, was there another girl from that series? I don't think so. Yeah, I think she was the only one that was a really big note from me. There's one character that's unfortunate in that series where it's like, she's the classmate who is like really childlike looking, and she's very like innocent and naive, so she'll say things that sound really dirty but not understand why, and it just leans really heavily into that like lolly trope where it's like you're really pushing it. Like it's one of those times where like I understand why people get like touchy about that stuff, but I don't think it's something to get touchy about. People look different and people age different, and some people look younger than they are. But like, there's a point where you start pushing it so far where it's clearly like trying to appeal to the darker side of that fandom. And it's like, that's one of the characters that does that. And it's like, oh, right. Okay. So yeah, that series is interesting, but I really liked her. All right. Maho. Can't believe I forgot you, Maho. I'm sorry. MC pointed out Maho being forgotten over Kurisu. Pretty meta. Sorry. But I actually have to say, there is a little bit of like, I'm going to just put you right here. She won't back down. I actually think I liked Maho as a character more than Kurisu. And that's weird to say. Yeah, so Maho is like, she's fiery, but she's got passion. Kurisu's fantastic too. Like, they're both so good. But Kurisu's almost like too good. I almost feel like I'd just be lost in her shadow. I wouldn't feel like I could approach her. Maho, like, she's just as brilliant, but like, I just thought she was fun. Like, every time she was on the screen and was doing stuff with Okabe, I just thought she was enjoyable to be around. She's somebody I feel like would be fun to be spending time with. They both are, but I think if I picked between the two, I probably would have ended up being closer to Maho than Kurisu. And I can't say specifically why. Like, in my head, I keep doing this. I keep flopping them back and forth. But I really, really like Maho. She's the best thing Zero brought. Like, of all the stuff that Zero did, which Zero did some cool stuff, but Maho was the best part of it. Really, really good. And very much a fan of her as a character. All right. Now, we all know Majima. Majima is, of course, best girl. Moving on. We're going to go to... Oh, see, are you saying extremely common, the base blue shifting would get roasted in Steins Gate? Yeah, probably. But yeah, no, best girl, Majima. We all knew he was going to win, right? So good. So, anyway, moving on to the next one. Thank you, Cooper. We're going to the Fruit of Grisaya, where I can't stop thinking about Majima just being up there. Fruit of Grisaya is real interesting because, again, we're talking about a story that covers a lot of darkness, and in particular darkness with the characters. So, like, you get someone who's really human. Really fascinating. Wait, just for you. Hold on a second. You never heard of Majima? Oh, you need to play Yakuza. I played Yakuza 0. It was a blast. Majima was amazing. And I'm real excited because I'm going to, after we finish Trail's second chapter, we're going to tag in the next Yakuza game. But yeah, you should play Yakuza for sure. So, Michiru, Grisaya, stay on target. Michiru, you know I was a huge fan of Michiru. It's funny because, like, I understand why people would find her annoying. I understand why the cast found her annoying and kind of a laughingstock. I get that. And in real life, I think it'd be right. But at the same time, I have to put her in A because even at her worst, I would be doubled over laughing. She kept a smile on my face the entire time. And it wasn't out of, like, oh, you're such an idiot for me. It was like genuinely like, how can you be sad when you have her going on her shenanigans? Like, it's just so fun. It's so good, Michiru. What a great character. What character design. In fact, I'm going to go in order here. I'll probably put you here. Like, she's on par with Sumika for me. Like, she's so good. Okay, so see how you're saying in future the way she's handled is not great. Like, the thing is, the way she's handled in Grisaya is not great. Like, her route was fine. Like, her route was great. And, like, because you got to see her as a character. But in every other route, they just dunk on her all the time. It sucked. I hated it. It made me mad. So, yeah, no, she deserved better. Michiru deserved better. But then the next best girl from Grisaya. Grisaya is hard because a lot of the girls in there are great. But Sachi... And she's right here behind Michiru. Like, Sachi is so good. Oh, and then Harikita, don't worry. I'm glad you're here. Being late's fine. I mean, this is going late. Just keep in mind, anyone who's showing up late, you can rewind and watch stuff and kind of watch the whole thing if you want and skip up to wherever you want to. I'm also going to re-upload some of this onto YouTube itself, so it's all good. So, see how you're saying that Michiru was like done in hindsight, so you'd feel bad, maybe. So maybe I was a bit spoiled by doing her route first, but yeah, no, I still thought it was great. Sachi, Sumika, like they're very similar and I love them both. Like Sachi is just like earnest to the fault, but like you just want to be her friend and you also just want to spend time with her. And she was very sweet. I still think, out of the characters, I think she was the best match for Yuji. Just my own opinion on that, but I also just think as in general, she's a fantastic character. Really, really well done and really well crafted. I just realized I forgot a Persona 5 character. Gosh darn it. All right. We'll get to her later. Anyway, so list is we're getting a stacked A column. I knew that was gonna happen. This is a list of best girls, so it's gonna be tough. So now we're at Riddle Joker. This is a fun one too because it had passionate fans, but it also wasn't the most successful series. Riddle Joker was a really interesting experience. I really enjoyed because it kind of like it kept circumventing my expectations. I thought I understood what was going on. I thought I knew what kind of game it was trying to be, and then was completely thrown for loops. I thought the romances that were explored were fun, but it's one of those games, and Grisaya did this too. It was a complaint I had with Grisaya. Riddle Joker did it, but even to a greater degree, where it was like, it had romance, and I feel like the romances are really good and important for developing characters and growth. But I feel like there's a point where they go to like, okay, now we're gonna have an H scene. We're gonna have like a sex scene, and it's like, now you gotta go turn it up to 11 and go from like these characters having a relationship and just quickly turn it to a porn for a little bit and then flip it back afterwards. And that's like, for me, I'm not a huge fan of that because it takes it from a level of like earnestness into a level of just trying to be like satisfactory for like the fans. And it's like, for me, that just ruins it. Like, not ruins it per se, but like I feel like it becomes distracting and it becomes like, it's the same problem I have with other tropes. Like, you gotta have your tsundere character. Like, no, tsunderes can be great characters, but if that's like if the character is just the tsundere, that's stupid. Like, it's so dismissive of what makes good characters. Is that they're characters, they're people. They're depictions of people, even in a world that's drawn. And so my biggest gripe against the game Riddle Joker was that kind of switch for the H scenes, but most of it was fine leading up to it. Sorry, I'm choking up here. Leading up to it is just what a great way to depict like falling in love and starting a relationship, and then the struggles of a relationship after the fact. Like a lot of games will just like, oh, you get your kiss or your H scene, like curtain closes. Riddle Joker kept it going and explored the challenges, and I loved it for that. And so the first one here is Misukasa. She's the class rep. She's interesting. And it's funny because when you first play and get to know her, like, she'd be like, oh, like, she's maybe a C tier, maybe a B tier. But then you do her romance route, and she jumps up to an A. Because she has so much insecurity. And it's like, but it's like in a fun way. Where it's like, you have this person who has this projected, like, confidence and projected, like, capability. But then in real life, she's so human. She likes playing video games. She likes, she likes like lounging around. She's really self-conscious about her looks. I think it's like they ham it up really intensely about her, like how she pads herself to make herself look bigger. But like, and I thought that was dumb until they explained how like she was self-conscious and so she lied and then she got compliments, but then it became part of her identity, and so she couldn't really stop because like she was like, oh man, they're gonna call me a liar if I'd stop. And then it just kept building and building into this fiasco where now she's just like, she feels like she's just up against a wall and her whole life's now gonna revolve around this. I thought that was hilarious. But then everything else about her, I thought she was really well done, very well written, and taking care of things. Oh, interesting. You mentioned Associar. You say skip them too, even though I never disable them. If sex is written to the story, it's better to leave it as is. Fates Do Not suffered because they replaced them with lore-breaking scenes. Yeah, what's kind of funny though is like the best thing about Fate, as far as I can tell. Again, I do want to read that visual novel on the channel, even though like I'm such a fan. Even though I've never read the visual novel, I'm a fan of the series. I know like a lot about it. But for Fate, the funny thing is that they try and explain in the lore why they have like the H sex scenes in that. and like that it has like a reason in the lore. I think that's kind of hilarious. Because like it becomes harder to argue with, like if you're trying to be like lore friendly, and I think it's a funny curveball to throw in there. Anyway, so I put Mitsukasa up here in A. She's really good, and then her counterpart is Ava. Is it Ava? No, that's side characters. Where is she? Oh no. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, did I put Nanami in this list? Yes, I did. So Nanami. Okay. This is special case tier. Okay. Nanami is absolutely A tier and probably better. And in fact, she's probably up here. But I did find the fact that even though she's an adoptive sister, she's a sister. That made it weird. Thanks for the reminder about the water. I brought some, but still, it's just too much. I was like, ugh. Anyway. So, okay, Nanami as a character, one of the best in Riddle Joker, by far. And if you just blank that she's technically your sister by adoption, she's definitely the top path in that game. Her character is fantastic. The trouble, like her struggles that she goes through are wonderful. Her voice acting is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Probably one of the best voice acting I've seen in any visual novel. Like one of my favorites. Yeah, adopted A tier. She's definitely up here. But here's the thing. Like that's the thing. The caveat is like if she were an adoptive sister, and you were trying to justify her being anything other than like a best friend, immediately she's down here at D, because like no, there's no way I could like that would be that's a hurdle I feel personally would really struggle with in my personal life. But as a character, she's up here. Definitely fantastic, absolutely fantastic top tier character for the game. But she has that kind of caveat there. So I did include a third best girl for this because of that caveat. And that's not Mayu. Mayu was fun. Hazuki, that's it. Hazuki. Back here. Hazuki, for me, is interesting. Because she was a bit of a B tier. I really like her. Character design-wise, she's fantastic. And I really like her obsession with, like, old school, like, samurai and stuff. But she kind of took it too far and became, like... She kind of dips into this D tier setting where it's, like, it'd almost be a bit tedious being around her. She just kind of tops it with, like, everything else. Like, it kind of overcomes it in a lot of ways. But it's one of those rare times. Well, not super rare, but it's one of those times where she was one of the least favorite routes that I played on the game, and she was the one I covered on the channel. I don't know if I did a second round on the channel, and I don't think so, because there were not very many. But yeah, she had other routes that, like, there was, like, 2 other routes that were, like, on par with hers, and I just think that the Nanami and ISA was just, like, they just beat her out. It's just the way it was. Pretty solid game, though. Doki Doki Literature Club. Now, man, it's been a while. And I got a lot of accusations there, too, because this was super mainstreaming. I was really excited that a visual novel was going so mainstream, so I played the game. But unfortunately, because it was going mainstream, I knew there was weirdness about the game. So I didn't, like, I wasn't too surprised when things went south. I was surprised by how it went south and how fun it was. But it's definitely in here because it was mainstreamed. Monica, A tier. She's technically a psychopath who's trying to, like, break into the real world and hog you all to herself, but I don't know. I think all of us, if any of us found out we were in a simulation and also found out we can manipulate said simulation, I think we'd all go a little crazy. So I don't hold that against her. As a character, just her design, the way she's depicted, the way she converses, very, very well done. And I really like her design and character. Now, they did a Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. I guess it added more content. I haven't played that yet. I need to. I keep planning to do it on my own, but I haven't really done it. Yeah, Thieves of Hearts, you're saying it true. Like, Doki Doki was decent. It got popular, but not a lot of people started exploiting VNs. you're right. It's definitely not like it wasn't. I think it launched some people, not everybody, but some. But what I think it did is it kind of awakened the consciousness of the public to the existence of visual novels. So I'm hoping visual novels will eventually go through something like anime's done, because anime had a few breakout hits. Because it used to be very like it's super niche, just like visual novels. Not as niche, but really niche. And then they had, I think Full Metal Alchemist started gaining traction and started being shared with like general people like more often. And then Attack on Titan really like I feel like was the big launch point, because that's when streaming services started going big, and I think Attack on Titan was one of the first anime that went to like Netflix, and it kind of awoke a lot of people to the genre. And I don't think everyone who watched Attack on Titan started watching a bunch of other anime, but they know anime exists. And now look at animes now, it went from like a topic that like people would mock you for bringing up. If you were like, we're talking to a friend or went to school and talked about anime, you get beat up. But now it's like everyone, like if you go to most people you watch anime, people are like, oh, interesting. Like it's not even a big thing. So Doki Doki, let's go. See, I'm gonna get to your question in just a second. Monica, A tier, and then oh shoot, it's not. I keep wanting to say Tama for the other Doki character, but it's not Tama. It's Natsuki. That's it, Natsuki. I put Natsuki here at B tier. I think of the girls that aren't Monica, Natsuki was the most like wholesome and the most interesting and like the person I could see myself like being like closest friends with. Yuri's intense and a little insane. Sayuri's a little too bubbly. It would be hard for me to connect with her, even though she definitely deserves a friend, and I wouldn't have a problem with her. Sayuri would be probably in this like C, D tier for me. But Natsuki, she was just interesting to be around, and I liked when you broke down her shell a little bit. It didn't take too much to kind of understand like the person she was and the challenges she faced. All right, we're getting towards the end. So the next one's it's The Princess, the Stray Cat, and Matters of the Heart, which is a mouthful. Patricia, well, I'll do her first because she's like a dateable route. Of the dateable routes, hers was my favorite. She was B tier as well. Patricia, just a sweet character. She's princess of the underworld. Again, she's princesses and queens. They're just all here. They're all B tier characters. Patricia was really fun to watch her grow, because she starts to learn about the human world, being a demon. And as she does, like she develops such a cool personality and a really like dynamic worldview. It was well written and very enjoyable. And then Nobu, A tier. She's a side character. I guess you can have her as a dateable character in the sequel, so we might want to play that at some point. But she was always my favorite character in that game, and so I'm really excited to eventually have the opportunity to have her as a dateable character, just because I'd love to know more about her backstory and more about who she is. But she was always fun, and I just love her design as well. Oh, true. S tiers are princesses. That's fair. Oh, that's a real. Oh, fetch. That's super fair. Oh no. Yeah. That's like the low, like the most, in my eyes, that's the least significant part of their personalities, is the S tiers are all princesses in some form or another. Ugh, I hadn't thought about that. Hey, sorry. So I kind of almost forgot. So you and me and her? No, I have not read that. Like I said, except for very special occasions now, for stuff that like I just don't think would do well, or just for whatever reason just can't be on the channel. Every visual novel I've read has been on the channel. So if it's in my playlist, I've read it. If it's not, I really haven't. The only exception I think I can, off the top of my head, is the Sunrider Academy game. Again, it's a branch off of the Sunrider games, and I played it on my own because it had nothing to do with the core game, and I thought it was going to be really simple. It probably would have been fun to play on the channel, but as a management game, it would have been really slow, and kind of like it wouldn't have. I don't think it would have made good content. But other than that, most visual novels I play, it's like just what I played on the channel. Okay. Now getting towards the end of this tier list, and then the ultimate like fight for who joins Majima as best girl. Because we are gonna have like a finalist ascend up to the top, I think. So here we go. Oh, so if I like Doki Doki Literature Club, I should try Totono. Okay, I'll put that on the list. If you could put that, if you go to Discord and I have a section for recommendations, make sure to put it there, because I'm likely to forget it because I'm focusing on so many things right now. I don't want to forget that. So if you put it there, that at least gives it puts it in the archive, and that helps me make sure I don't lose track of it. All right, so Seabed. This is an interesting one because again, there's a few others like this, like Budapest from Palinares. Like, just because they're on this tier list doesn't mean this is characters I would date. And I know for sure there's other characters too on here, but Sachiko and Takako, not only are they perfect for each other and they shouldn't be with anybody else romantically, they're also like don't swing that way. That's fine. I'm talking about best girls, and you can absolutely be best girl and not be like someone I would want to date. That's silly. How much friends do I want to be with you? Sachiko, B tier. Sachiko is fantastic. She's a little too much like me in the sense that she's super serious though, and I feel like we would just kind of turn into these like glum little mushrooms if we were only had each other. We each need a Takako in our life. We need the person who can be there and be vibrant and kind of help push us a little bit to explore more of our own selves and interests. But Takako, for that reason, she's A tier. Takako is fantastic. Like, she's absolutely stupid. Like, she and Michiru have a lot in common, actually, now that I think about it. They are... I'll get to that in a second, just for you. But, like if you like Michiru as a character, I think you'd like Takako as a character. And it's fun that they both have the twin tails. I wonder if that's, like, purposeful. Because, yeah, I'm looking at the girls on this list with twin tails. You here, and yeah. There's a lot of interesting characteristics that people with characters with twin tails share. I wonder why that is. But Takako is really fun. She doesn't get brought down by a lot. She's always kind of like silver lining, moving on to the next thing. A little too much sometimes, but she'd be really fun to be around and spend time with. And then forgotten to the end, kind of like in Persona 5, because she was saved for Royal. But then when she became part of Royal, she immediately became the spotlight. And that is, oh gosh. Her last name's Yoshizawa, and that's all, so I'll stay with that. Yoshizawa, A tier. Fantastic done character. Her story is wonderful, well explored. It's funny too because, like I said when I was talking about it, Makoto felt like she was pushed to be like the canon girl for the character of Persona 5. If you go to Persona 5 Royal, then I think she's the canon girl for the main character because of how hard they push her, the uniqueness of her story. And like in the end, just like the type of relationship they have, I feel like it really just matches up with them being like more of a thing. Super, super fun to explore as a character. Now, just for you point out here, if Majima can be best girl, Joshua could be too. And that's a fair point. I don't think you actually ascend to best girl though. If I had Joshua on this list, I think I'd put Joshua in A tier. Maybe B tier. Probably A tier though. I like Joshua a lot, but I just don't see myself as easily being friends with Joshua. It's funny because I understand Joshua, and Joshua's amazing, but I just don't know if we'd vibe. I feel like I'd vibe with Estelle rather than Joshua. But yep. So here's the tier list. I am going to say, Jothika, hello, thank you, and perfect. Yeah, Joshua is a princess, so either S or B tier. So yeah, Josh would probably B tier princess. But thank you so much for seeing the end of the tier list. Don't go away quite yet because I'm not done with the fun that's involved like this. But we are gonna kind of like get a final summary here. This is kind of the end of it all for the tier list. But I will say, when I upload this to YouTube, like specifically this this portion, I'm going to put the link to this tier maker down. So if you want to make your own version of this tier list, so like best girl of the people we've seen on the channel, and you want to like send a screenshot of your list and post it on the Discord, I'd love to do that. So I'll probably post a link to this tier list on Discord, and I'll post it in the video. So if you want to check it out, put it on the list, go like do it, take a screenshot and post it. I'd love to see it. You can, you know, defend it all you want, but that's good. Thieves of Heart, you'll put the gasoline lighters away. Fair. And again, you got to remember that with the exception of maybe the D tier, everyone on this list is best girl. Everyone on this list absolutely deserves best girl. They were best girls at their games. They're just C4 is enough. Shush. But they're all technically best girls. They all are fantastic characters. And even the ones in D list, I think are good characters. They just might not be ones I would vibe with very well, but they're excellently done. There's no one on this list who doesn't deserve to be on an A or S rank in any other list of just characters. So, yeah, it's gonna be really fun to just. It'll be fun to see like what you think of all this. But if I have to give a crown, and push comes to shove, and of the 3 S tiers, if I had to pick one to be like the best girl up here with Majima, it's really tough, but it really probably still goes to Maya. I think that changes based on the day. It depends on what's going on. And I think if we see Chloe in future games, she might be able to take the crown. She's genuinely fantastic. But Maya just has everything. She's been around on the channel for a long time, so you could even say it's a brain virus at this point. I don't care. Maya, yeah, I'm shocked. He said not shocked. Yeah, I know, right? And Yui, like the competition for Yui is really strong because Yui's great, but like we just don't get to see as much of Maya. And I have to say, how can you live through the trauma that is the end of Love Alternative and the finale of it and not think that Maya is god tier as far as a person and character, and that she doesn't deserve the best of everything? Yeah, screenshot. No, it's fine. Yeah, you should. I mean, this I'm gonna be uploading this to YouTube. Like, that's about as screenshot as it gets. All right. So it is what it is. We are donezo for this tier list. I'm gonna leave this up for a bit. I'm gonna go take a quick break. I need to get more water. I also have a snack I need to go grab, but I'm going to be right back like in like 2 minutes. It's just, you know, I've been doing this now for 2 hours and 40 minutes, but I'll give you a brief snapshot of what we're doing next. You shouldn't go away yet because we're doing a Hunger Games with with several characters from this tier list. So I don't want you to go away yet. But we'll be back in just a second. I just need to get more water before I die. So just 1 sec. I'll be right back. I guess I should turn the camera off too. So you can just listen to the music for a bit while I'm gone. And I'm back. Yeah, like I said, I just needed more water, and I kind of like, I literally went upstairs and just like hacked my lungs out for a second so I could like breathe. Okay. I also brought, I have a cookie. I don't know if I talked about this, but I got into baking over COVID. One of the things I did to keep myself sane when I was feeling so sick. I gotta admit, I got pretty good. I got the density perfect, like get the spongy texture, softness in the middle. Like not too cakey, but it doesn't go flat or anything. Just really solid, good cookies. So I bake all the time now. Nothing crazy. I also started making for the holiday. I made gingerbread cookies and homemade kind of maple flavored frosting. Really solid. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, too bad yeah, too bad I couldn't hear all the scandalous things you said. Alright. So now that the tier list is here. Actually, how about I go ahead and I'll drop that link in the Discord right now. So the tier list. I think it gets taken down after a while, but I can do that. This is kind of cool because like you can actually see me doing it live. I don't know if you're the kind of person who can like type and talk at the same time. I'm not. If I start talking while I'm typing, I'll just start either typing what I'm saying or start saying what I'm typing. Tier. T-I-E-R, yeah. Boom. Yeah, there it is. I dropped it in general chat if you ever want to jump into that. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm more impressed that I don't hear more comments about my voice when it comes to like making content CR. Because I do have to do so much voice work for the channel, and I know I'm not super great. And so I'm just glad that that people aren't raking me over the coals all the time about it, especially with my when I do the girl voices. I have a lot of fun doing voices, like I really enjoy it, but I know it's not great. All right, are we ready for some battle? So this came out ages ago, when Hunger Games like came out, before like the third book had come out. This site, you just simulate the Hunger Games, randomize the endings, and then they added the thing where you could add custom to it, personal, and you could do that, and that's what I did here. And yeah, like it's stupid, but it's fun. I'm gonna move my picture over here since there's so much void over here. Oh yeah, so you're asking, this uses different pictures? Yeah. So the pictures for the tier list, they just had to be like a PNG or PNG or JPEG. Like as long as the source was one of those two, it would work. This, they had to be like specific kinds of JPEGs or PNGs. It rejected so many, and so I just had to go with like whatever I could find that could work. And especially for the visual novels that had like smaller like audiences, like Sunrider, it was really hard to find options. Like it rejected so many Ava choices for pictures. Oh yeah. So we'll go over all the we'll go over all the cast. So this is one of the parts of the video that's gonna do a lot better in post editing, like when I can, like, because I can grab this file and I can edit it down, so when I post this one, it's going to be a lot more dramatic and revealing. So anyway, welcome to the Best Girl Hunger Games, where randomized behind the scenes number rolls are going to determine who actually is best girl according to their ability to just slaughter one another in a battle royale to the death. If you aren't familiar with the Hunger Games, I wouldn't be that surprised. It was big when it came out, but like I don't think people talk about it anymore. This site's just convenient to work with. So anyway, here we go. For District 1, we have from Rewrite, Akane and Kotarou. They're going to be going head to head against each other. And that's the thing too, is like just because they're from the same district, aka usually the same game, they absolutely will murder the crap out of each other because there can only be one winner. So don't think that they're going to be on a team just because they're here next to each other. District 2 is going from the Sunrider. We have Ava and Chigara. District 3, we have from Steins Gate, Ferris and Kurisu. No way, that's gonna be interesting. District 4, we have from Grisaya, Sachi, and Michiru. And in District 6, we have Morgana and Giselle, which, you know, if you're going to be, like, we have to keep in mind, like, there's no power scaling to this. They're all essentially going to be just humans, but, like, Morgana would be cheating otherwise. But so would some of the other people here. From Katawa Sojo in District 6, we have Emi and Shizune. District 7, we have from Seabed, Takako and Sachiko. Very sad. At the very least, one of them's dying. So, we know that somewhere, they're not going to be together forever. District 8, this one's hilarious because the only source that had pictures I could use was from an artist on, like, DeviantArt who did the same style of art for all the characters in the game, and it's the only pictures that would work for some reason. So, from District 8, from Doki Doki Literature Club, we have Monica and Natsuki, who have the same pose. This one was terrible. It was so hard to find pictures for District 9. District 9 being Ace Academy, Yuna, and Kaori. Now, District 10, this was like, they were the last ones I did, and I was like trying to decide who to put in. I was like, you know what, let's just add some more spice in here. So we'll have me, which, by the way, all the pictures they had of me wouldn't work. And I wasn't going to just upload a picture of myself to the internet just so I could put it in this thing. I just, you know, there's not a lot of pictures of me floating around, so, you know, it is what it is. But, and then I decided to put you. Everyone who's here live in chat is also going to be participating. So you all have a surrogate, this little lab mems here, to see if you can kill everybody and survive, or if you're going to die like the rest of us. District 11, Muvlove, we got Sumika and Maya. I mean, I had a lot of good choices here, but if you're doing a head-to-head to the death, I feel like Sumika and Maya are the best choices. And then District 12 for Trails, which I think is the only not-visual novel here. We have Estelle and Chloe. Alright, oh! You're right, thanks for the reminder, Thieves. Maybe I'll do the origin story after we do this round of fetch. Ah, hang on. I clicked the button. I was trying to change the size, and I messed up. Luckily, I was prepared for my idiocy and saved a link. There we go. It's all good. I didn't totally break that. You know what's bad? That I knew that I was probably going to do something like that and already was prepared. Oh. Okay, so do another. So yes, the reminder worked. Remind me again at the end of the Hunger Games. This is going to be stupid, though. Stupid and fun. Alright, are we ready? Let's proceed. Alright, so the situation, they all go to the arena and they all have to fight to the death with whatever they can get their hands on. As the tributes stand on their podiums, the horns sound. Takako grabs the backpack and retreats. Blue runs away from the cornucopia. Very wise. I don't think I would want to stand around and get killed. Michiru breaks Kirisu's nose for a basket of bread. Sheesh. See, like, it's brutal here. It gets rough. We're going to watch a lot of our friends die. Emi grabs a jar of fishing bait while Yuna gets fishing gear. Two halves of a whole, I guess. That makes sense. Morgana runs away from the cornucopia. Kaori runs away from the cornucopia. Chloe runs away from the cornucopia. Akane takes a handful of throwing knives. That's horrifying to think about. Sachiko runs away from the cornucopia. Chigara runs away from the cornucopia. Giselle runs away from the cornucopia. I did a test run of this, and a lot of them didn't run away in the first one I did. They just immediately started massacring each other. Oh, zooming in. Maybe I could do that. Gosh darn it. There it is. There we go. Now it's all in a big column. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, anyway. Shizune, Monica, and Ava work together to gather as many supplies as possible. There's a dynamic team. Like, It's interesting because like all three of them are it's interesting the pair because all three of them seem like the type of people who would absolutely kill the instant it became like they felt it was a necessity. Kotarou grabs a shovel. Why? That's the perfect weapon for Kotarou. It's like what she would grab if she had to do it. She probably wouldn't be attacking people, but if she were to, she would absolutely grab the shovel. Ferris runs away from the cornucopia. Lab Mims grabs a shield, leaning against the cornucopia. Sumika repeatedly stabs Sachi to death with sighs. Oh no! First one down. Sumika went for the maid. Oh, it's so sad. Natsuki ran away from the cornucopia. And Maya ran away from the cornucopia. Estelle ran away from the cornucopia. Wow. So like when I did my test run, I had like 7 deaths in this first page. So the fact that we made it this far and only one person died, and it was Sachi, of all people. Yeah, exactly, right? Why would Sachi be the one to go? All right. First day, Sachiko hunts for other tributes. Monica explores the arena. Emmy begs Michiru to kill her. She refuses, keeping Emmy alive. I mean, so I don't know why Emmy's just giving up like that. It's like super sad to think about, but Michiru is like, I can't do that. Estelle begs Kaori to kill her. She refuses, keeping Estelle alive. No, Estelle! Estelle would never! Oh, sighs. Sighs are, I think those are, they're like a stick with like a curved blade, like, isn't that what a sai is? Oh, they know they're used by Raphael for ninjas. Oh yeah, okay, so the 3-pronged. So the 3-pronged weapons. Okay. So Estelle begs for Kaori to kill her. No. Chigara, Chloe, Yuna, and Akane raid Maya's camp while she's hunting. That's fair. Morgana sees smoke rising in the distance, but decides not to investigate. By the way, so like the way the game works is kind of cool. It's rolling dice behind all these events. So it gives an event and it gives like a positive or negative based on like whether like the what happens increases or decreases their likelihood to succeed, and that determines how likely they are to get a bad roll. Ferris thinks about home. Blue receives a hatchet from an unknown sponsor. There's the channel members right there, right? Just swooping in me, giving me a hatchet. Takako goes hunting. Ugh, terrifying. Ava stalks Kurisu. Also terrifying. The long-haired girls going after each other. Giselle runs away from Kotarou. She just has a shovel, Giselle. It's fine. Sumika constructs a shack. I can see Sumika. Sumika, I wouldn't trust a shack that Sumika builds, but I trust that she would build one. Shizune tries to spearfish with a trident. Lab Mems hunts other tributes. Yes, you would. You guys are. I imagine you would. And Natsuki discovers a cave. Again, it's like no one's dying. Interesting. Yeah, the arena borders begin to rapidly contract. Okay, so like the arena like closes in, and in the show, I think it was like an electrified barrier. So if it hit you, you'd die. Maya survives. Morgana survives. Giselle trips on a tree root and is unable to recover fast enough. That actually is so true to form to Giselle, unfortunately. Aw, poor Giselle. Sachiko pushes Akane into the border while she's not paying attention. Oh my gosh! Sachiko out of nowhere just killing Akane right away. Chigara is electrocuted by the border, so Chigara's gone. Lab Mems is electrocuted by the border. Sorry guys, you died already. You couldn't outrun fate. Kurisu survives. Kurisu somehow survived. Sumika pushes Suzune into the border while she's not paying attention. Sumika, isn't that 2 people Sumika's killed now? Monica survives. Kotarou's electrocuted by the border. It hurts every time. Estelle's electrocuted by the border. No! No! Yuna pushes Michiru into the border while she's not paying attention. Yuna! I didn't think you had it in you. Poor Michiru. Kaori survives. Ava survives. Chloe restrains Blue to a tree and leaves him to die. You know what? Fair. I feel like that's fair. She just probably just asked me to stand by the tree and just tied me up, and I just was like, okay, I'll just go with it, whatever. Gosh darn it. Emmy survives. Takako survives. Ferris survives. Natsuki's electrocuted by the border. 11 cannon shots can be heard. 11 deaths. Yes, of course, Chloe kills me. She's upset. She's upset that I didn't pick her for best girl. Sachi's down. Giselle, Akane, Chigara, Chat, Suzune, Kotarou, Estelle, Michiru, Blue, and Natsuki. Man, that is a lot of good people. And me. Alright, night 1. Morgana and Ava sleep in shifts. Interesting. That's a pairing. Monica, Sachiko, and Takako sleep in shifts. Holy crap, they actually ended up on the same, like, working together. That's insane. That never happens usually. Like, usually, like the pairings you bring in are just, like, it's just random. Emmy and Samika huddle for warmth. They would. I could see Emmy being down for that. Ferris and Maya huddle for warmth. I also could kind of see that. I think Ferris would have to spin as a survival tactic to make Maya interested, but she probably could get it done. Kaori tries to sing herself to sleep. Yuna receives a hatchet from an unknown sponsor. So Yuna and I both have hatchets, but Yuna, she mercilessly killed someone too. Chloe and Kudisu huddle for warmth. Kudisu, watch out. Chloe's out for blood. She'll tie you up when you're not expecting it. Alright, day 2. Kudisu searches for firewood. Ava, Emmy, Samika, Kaori, and Takako track down and kill Maya. It would take all of them to take her down, and it was Samika. Samika told them to do it. You know she did. She's like, I'll finally get Takako to myself. Monica receives an explosive from an unknown sponsor. Sachiko and Ferris split up and search for resources. Yuna sees smoke rising in the distance, but decides not to investigate. Morgana discovers a cave. Chloe camouflages herself in the bushes. She's going full Bear Grylls now. She's just gonna, she's assassinated people. She tied me up. Now she's waiting. Monkey mutts fill the arena, so they're like mutant creatures that just run around and kill like super creatures. They it's funny because they call them monkey mutts, but like if I remember the description, it was more like a gorilla mixed with a dog. It's like, think of a gorilla with like the head of a pit bull, but properly proportioned, and the strength of a gorilla to back it up. While running, Samika falls over and grabs Monica on the way down. The monkey mutts kill them, so Samika couldn't go down alone. Hey, and, you know, they got something in common there. They have simulations in common, if you know what I mean. Ava survives. While running, Emmy falls over and grabs Kudisu on the way down. The monkey mutts kill them. Yuna injures Kaori and leaves her for the monkey mutts. Yuna, that's the second person that Yuna specifically has killed. Ferris survives. While running, Chloe falls over, grabs Morgana on the way down. Monkey mutts kill them. So a lot of people taking out Takako injures Sachiko and leaves her for the monkey mutts. Holy crap! Oh my gosh. That's freaking nuts. 9 people dead. Maya, Sumika, Monica, Emmy, Kudisu, Kaori, Chloe, Morgana, Sachiko. Look at all the betrayal. Look at the betrayal. Sumika betraying people. Chloe betraying people. Oh, that's what you get. Let's see the stats. So we gotta see who's left alive. And that was funny because they used to say, oh yeah, it tells you. So Ava's alive. She's killed 1 person. She's attributed to killing 1 person at least. Ferris is alive. We haven't seen Ferris doing much. She's just been like chilling. Takako has killed 2 people and is alive. Yuna has killed 2 people and is still alive as well. Chloe killed 1 person. Chloe just killed me. But yeah, a lot of people died of like mistakes or getting zapped by the arena. So yeah, definitely interesting. Back to the tributes. All right, we're getting towards the end, I think. Night 2. Ava receives clean water from an unknown sponsor. Takako's woken up by nightmares. Yeah, you killed your girlfriend. Of course you're woken up by nightmares. Ferris receives medical supplies from an unknown sponsor. Yuna receives fresh food from an unknown sponsor. Ferris accidentally steps on a landmine. Aww. Well, this is the cornucopia. This is where, like, to try and get the rest of everyone to gather together to fuel the end of the fighting. They replenish the center with supplies as bait. So Ferris stepped on a landmine. Yuna decides not to go to the feast. Takako strangles Ava with a rope. All right, Takako. Body count's climbing. And then later, Yuna tracks down and kills Takako. Yuna is a psychopath, but she's clever. She took out the most dangerous person on the field. So Ferris, Ava, and Takako. That mean, yeah, it's just Yuna. So Takako had the most kills, but Yuna's the victor from District 9. Dang. You never thought the quiet girl who likes to cook would be the one who would end up massacring the most people. Actually, she was the most intelligent. She killed people, yes. But what she did, she kind of let Takako do the worst of the work. And then she won. Interesting. All right. Now, let's see if I can, like... I want to see if I can do it, like, change this at all. Can I, like... I want to try it again. But I don't want to mess up all the pictures. But I want to see if we can get different events. Because you can set it up to replicate different Hunger Games. Honestly, I can try and go back to it. Okay. What if we disable the arena events and just let them murder each other? Okay. Alright, let's try that then. How do I get back though? This system is so old, this site is so old. Trying to figure out how it all works. As I save. Okay. Alright, let's see if that changes, I think. I want to do one more round. I want to see what happens the second time. Alright, all the tributes stand on their podiums. And I think, like, so now it's not going to do the event, like, where it closes in. It's just going to be murder. Takako grabs the backpack and retreats. Blue runs away from the cornucopia. Michiru breaks Kudasu's nose from red basket. Oh, wait, no, it's the same thing. Yeah, I think that's like, the same. So, yeah, it's just reloading it. It's weird. Because I think... Oh, it was the saved session. Okay. So let me go through this. Real quick. Get to the end and we can do another one. This is the downside of live. I can't edit this out. Or at least I can edit it out later. But... Okay. There's the summary. Proceed. Oh yeah, here's all the stats. I didn't realize. Yuna, Takako, Eva, all the way down. Kills, Takako, Sumika, and then Yuna at the end caught up with them. But yeah, look at the top 3 killers, Takako, Sumika, and Yuna. Alright, simulate again. Let's do it again. Alright, so they have the guy to the podium. It's a horn sound. Natsuki finds a bag full of explosives. Kudzu runs away from the cornucopia. Eva runs away from the cornucopia. Maya runs away from the cornucopia. Morgana grabs a sword. Ooh, now that's someone I know would be able to handle a sword. Sachi finds a backpack full of camping equipment. Giselle runs away from the cornucopia. Ferris runs into the cornucopia and hides. Interesting. Suzune breaks Takako's nose for a basket of bread. Blue runs away from the cornucopia. Again, I'm smart. I know what I need to do. Akane strangles Kotarou after engaging in a fist fight. Holy crap! Just right off the bat. Oh, God, that's a mental image I did not need. Sumika rips a mace out of Kaori's hands. Yuna runs away. Sachiko finds a bow, some arrows, and a quiver. And Chigara runs into the cornucopia and hides. Wait, so who else did that? Oh yeah, so Ferris. So Ferris and Chigara are hiding together. Estelle stays at the cornucopia for resources. Monica runs away from the cornucopia. Emmy grabs a jar of fishing bait while Lab Mems grabs the fishing gear. Chloe clutches a first aid kit and runs away. Michiru runs away from the cornucopia. Alright, so 1 death so far. Day 1. Chigara injures herself. You know what? Chigara was a bit helpless. That's fair. Yuna scares Kaori off. Ava receives fresh food from an unknown sponsor. Oh, it's a big group. What's this one going to be? Ferris, Sumika, Monica, Sachi, and Akane hunt for other tributes. Oh, they're on a team. I think that's Sumika. Like, it's like, it feels like the first game and in this round too. Sumika is like leading the charge. She's the one that gets other people to do her dirty work. Estelle receives fresh food from an unknown sponsor named Joshua. Maya questions her sanity. Fair. I mean, fair. Takako attempts to climb a tree but falls to her death. Oh, that actually is such a Takako thing to do. Overestimate herself. Lab Mems kills Sachiko as she tries to run. Wow, they both died at the same time. But you murdered Sachiko. All of you. Kudzu picks flowers. Suzune bashes Natsuki's head against the rock several times. I'm pretty sure she's dead. It doesn't always say clearly that they died, but like I'm pretty sure that's a death. Blue makes a wooden spear. Just me sitting on the ground, just going full caveman. Morgana tries to sleep through the entire day. Emmy tends to Giselle's wounds. Chloe injures herself. Aw. Michiru discovers a cave. So Chloe injuring herself, that gives her a negative point. It just means she's more likely to die in the next round. 4 cannons can be heard in the distance. Kotori strangled to death. Takako fell off a tree. Sachiko, I'm fairly sure it wasn't strangled to death, but killed by chat. And then Natsuki. Yeah, so she had her head bashed against a rock. All right, night 1. Morgana, Chigara, Maya, and Emi tell each other ghost stories to lighten the mood. Can you imagine Maya's attempt at a ghost story? That actually would be really funny. I wonder what kind of ghost story she would say. Shizune severely injures Ferris, but puts her out of her misery. Okay, so because they can sometimes abandon. So Suzune injures Ferris and then finishes her off. So Ferris is dead. Aw. Samika and Giselle tell stories about themselves to each other. Oh boy, if you ever heard of trauma dumping, that's gonna be some trauma dumping right there. Akane lets Chloe into her shelter. That's scary. Sachi, Kaori, and Yuna discuss the games and what might happen in the morning. Kudosu tries to treat her infection. Yeah, Morgana definitely could tell some good ghost stories. Michiru falls into a pit and dies. Gosh darn it, Michiru. Why is that so on brand? No. Blue and Ava huddle for warmth. Hello. Well, Ava, I mean, you're trying to get higher on the list. You're working on it. LabMem's chat receives medical supplies from an unknown sponsor. Probably from the channel members too. Estelle and Monica run into each other and decide to truce for the night. Estelle would absolutely do that. Even in a battle to the death, she would still truce for the night. She'd be like, I just want to sleep. Let's just hang out. Day 2. Sachi scares Morgana off. Yeah, it'd be the other way around. Sumika searches for firewood. Estelle travels for higher ground. Yuna runs away from LabMem's chat. Good. Yuna, you won last time though. We're like, I imagine we're gonna biasly kind of go for you. Giselle hunts for other tributes. Kudosu oversees Kaori and Chloe talking in the distance. Monica steals from Chigara while she isn't looking. I wouldn't have expected that, but Chigara is like, she can be so absent-minded. I imagine it wasn't so much like stealing as more of like, oh, here's some supplies, and Chigara was just like away at the time. Akane discovers a river. Emi injures herself. Maya sprains her ankle while running away from Suzune. Interesting. Maya and her ankle sprains. That's definitely been her Achilles heel, you could say. Ava receives fresh fruit from an unknown sponsor. I'm so lame. Blue collects fruit from a tree. Alright. A cloud of poisonous smoke starts to fill the arena. Interesting. So this doesn't count as an arena event. Oh, it is an event. Oh, I just didn't switch it off. Okay. Still, though, we're having a lot more people survive so far. Chloe pushes Yuna closer to the cloud until she can't resist anymore. So Yuna's down from Chloe pushing. Again, Chloe's the optimistic one. Blue sacrifices himself so LabMem's chat can get away. You know I would. I'd throw myself into the gas, even if I had no way of slowing it down for whatever reason. I'd do it because it's absolutely how I would die. So makes sense. How sweet of me. Yes, thank you. Maya survives. Emi survives. Estelle survives. Morgana's engulfed in a cloud of poisonous smoke. Guess that's kind of fair. I'd call that Morgana's getting a little bit of karma. Chigara's engulfed in a cloud of poisonous smoke. I mean, you never were a good runner, unfortunately. Sachi's engulfed by a cloud of poisonous smoke. That's surprising. I figured... See, I sprained my ankle and you guys were carrying us, so my sacrifice was just you dropping me. That sounds more on point. That sounds exactly right. Just color it to make it sound like a noble sacrifice. Sachi's engulfed by a cloud of smoke. That's surprising. Monica sacrifices herself so Akane can get away. Very sweet, but surprising, especially because Akane's freaking... She's just out for blood out of the gate. Essentially, you gotta remember, Akane, she got off the pedestal, turned, and just strangled Kotori to death immediately, because they would have been standing next to each other. Ava and Giselle decide to run into the cloud together. Whoa, suicide pact with Ava and Giselle? That's grim. And Shizune survives. Kudosu survives. Kaori sacrifices herself so Sumika can get away. Sad, but fair. I mean, again... It's not the first time someone's done that. 11 cannons have been heard in the distance. Ferris is down. I don't even remember that, actually. Oh, right. It was kind of an obscure one. Michiru, Yuna, Blue, Morgana, Chigara, Sachi, Morgana, Ava, Giselle, Kaori. Interesting, so you are still in the game. Alright, night 2. Akane thinks about winning. Sumika's unable to start a fire and sleeps without warmth. Emi traps and kills Kurasu. Holy crap! It took a second for me to interpret that in my brain. Maya, Chloe, Estelle, and Lab Mems chat, sleep, and shifts. Hey, look at you hanging out with all like some of my top tier characters, some of my top tier favorites. Look at that. Imagine that. Ignoring like, you know, the whatever like obnoxiousness you guys would bring to the table. Imagine sitting at a table with Maya, Chloe, and Estelle. That would be quite a conversation. That'd be really fun. Because, you know, Maya is definitely one of those characters that if you picked her up from Muv-Luv and you plopped her right into the middle of Legend of Heroes, I feel like she would just take to it like a fish to water. Just be like, okay. And she'd just go for it with her sword. She'd just go after everyone. Suzume falls into a pit and dies. Oh, wow. All right, the feast. The cornucopia is replenished with food, supplies, and weapons, and memoirs for the tribute's families. Labman's chat decides not to go to the feast. Very smart, chat. Estelle and Sumika get into a fight over raw meat, but Sumika gives up and runs away. It is, you know, of the two people who would fight over meat, it would be Estelle and Sumika. And they probably weren't even thinking about, like, hurting each other. It just was a battle of, like, who was hungrier. Chloe sets Akane on fire with a Molotov. Chloe, every time, she just comes out of nowhere. Emi overpowers Maya, killing her. No, Emi. Okay, we're about to look at the stats after this because like it's gonna be brutal. Labman's chat collects fruit from a tree. You guys are just out picking apples. Sumika is pricked by thorns while picking berries. Emi stalks Estelle. No, the twin tail power can't be contained. Chloe questions your sanity. I would as well. All right, 4. Kurasu, Suzume, Akane, Maya. You guys are still into it, but I want to see the stats here real quick. So we got Emi, Sumika, Estelle, and Chloe, and Labmem, and chat. So Chloe's got 2 kills. Emi's got 2 kills. So Chloe and Emi, they're the dangerous ones. They're the ones to keep an eye on. Sumika and Estelle, they're just kind of vibing. They're here. You guys technically have a kill. I think it's attributing my death to you, even though I sacrificed myself. So that kind of implies it was more of a dropped or a sprained ankle type of thing. I just kind of went down with dignity. So yeah, let's see. I think this will be the last few screens. Let's see who wins. Sumika begs chat to kill her. He reluctantly obliges, killing Sumika. Well, 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 how the turns have tabled, chat. You just killed your best girl. What are you going to do about that? Chloe, Emi, and Estelle sleep in shifts. That's quite a team. Estelle travels to higher ground. Chat spears Emi in the abdomen. Chat, you're on a tear. What is happening? You just decided to just like, all right, time to die. Chloe's pricked by thorns while picking berries. All right, 2 more cannons in the search. Sumika and Emi. That was both you. Look at this. Like, look at this. You're 3. You have the most kills of anybody. You guys are gonna win. Estelle starts a fire. Chat starts a fire. Chloe tries to treat her infection. All right, I think this is gonna be it. This has got to be the last day. There's only 3 of you left. Chat tends to Estelle's wounds, and Chloe dies trying to escape the arena. Fair. So how's this supposed to work? Chat, you betrayed Maya, but you're helping Estelle. Alright, chat kills Estelle while she's sleeping. Gosh darn it. What a turncoat. You treat her injury, she goes to sleep, and you kill her. Winner's chat. What the heck, guys? I thought better of you. Oh, that was fun. See, this is stupid. This is what's so fun and stupid about this. Yep, so, well, look at that. So chat, and then you have Estelle and Chloe. Like, District 12 technically were the runners-up. District 11, they both were around for a while, too. So, yep, so here's the summary of everything. Kills, 4 for chat. Look at that. This is why I sacrificed myself, to make sure you'd live. Go on, live without me. I'm pretty sure I did absolutely nothing. Yeah, no, I didn't get kills or anything. I just died a death of just sadness. Your first mistake was having expectations. Hey, I don't know. You technically pulled it out in the end. You won. You exceeded my expectations. All right. Okay. So that is where we're going to end these activities. That's probably the majority of stuff. I do have a few things I was thinking about, but I'm going to probably pop a poll for anyone who wants to stick around and kind of see what we do. But I'll kind of go over the options first. So I'm just going to get my screen ready. All right. So I have, like, on the top of my head, I'll take suggestions. Carry on. Yeah. I feel like Carry On would be too distracting for background music. I do love that. I got that on my main playlist, though. You know what's funny? Well, I'm, like, thinking about this right now. YouTube just sent me an alert saying, like, if you turn on ads and push some ads while you're doing live stream, you can see your revenue increase by 20%. No, YouTube. I specifically choose my settings as they are. Thank you. So, I have a few thoughts of what we could do here. Where is it? Okay, here it is. All right, so I have here To the Moon Beach episode. So I played and live streamed. One of the times when I was experimenting with doing regular live streams, I played To the Moon and it's at least one of its sequels. I might have done the third game as a video series, but it's a cute game, very pixely art, but beautifully done, good stories and everything. Oh yeah, that's great. The wall drilling neighbor, it's always down, especially because you're in like the afternoon now. So I thought we could play this. It's kind of fun. I don't think it would be a great series, so I get the feeling it's a pretty short little like game where you're just kind of exploring like fun with some of the characters. So we could play that. It'd be pretty chill, laid back. But I worry that there's a good amount of people who just wouldn't be that interested because you might not have played To the Moon, and I wouldn't want to spoil it either. So I'm not like 100% locked in on that. So that's option one that's going to be on the poll. It's definitely the chillest one. Number two is this one. It's Refined Self. It's a personality test game. So you go through the game and you make choices, and it kind of like does like a little psychoanalysis. It even has a mode in it when I booted it up for the first time just to check it out. It has a streaming mode because like the time you take to answer a question is taken into account, but you can actually switch that part off or dial it down because it assumes you're talking and reading out loud rather than just like answering at a speed. So this is another option because it's like it's almost like an interactive personality test, and it's supposed to be pretty short. So it could be interesting just to do together. And again, not really something I expect would make a good thing for just mainline YouTube, but could be fun to do here. The second thing I thought we could do would be to either go to Baldur's Gate 3 or one of my personal favorite games that's also kind of similar to it. It's a CRPG, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I want to showcase them. I even might do at least a showcase of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous because it's a game I bet most of you have never heard of. But if you like games like Baldur's Gate, I think you'd really like this game. Like the writing and the characters are so phenomenal. It's just so enjoyable. And the intro to the game itself is just really cool. So I might just show that to you anyway, just because I want more people to play this game because it's really well done. But it is also kind of dense. It's kind of like Trails. We ever talked about how Persona 5 is an approachable JRPG that almost anybody can jump into and play and enjoy. But Trails, while it's amazing and better than Persona, is probably harder to just jump somebody into. Pathfinder is kind of like that for Baldur's Gate 3. You can take Baldur's Gate 3, give it to someone, and they can probably figure it out and like not have too much trouble with the mechanics. Pathfinder is like, because this is based on Pathfinder First Edition, and it's a lot more heavy on the mechanics side. But if we did Pathfinder or Baldur's Gate, the twist to those is that I think it'd be fun to try and build a character from the best girl list in the game. And try and like and use that as a platform for playing. Like instead of doing like, oh, what am I gonna do? We could try and make it like, what do you think they would do? And we could even make it. I think with Baldur's Gate at least, I think you can set up with integration, but I've never done that. But like, we could try and like play it like, I'm imagining like, what if we played Baldur's Gate 3, but we played it as Estelle from Trails, making her like, see if we could try and recreate Estelle in Baldur's Gate 3. Pathfinder, same kind of thing, although it's much more like the pull away from the screen, so it's not as personalized, so the look wouldn't be as much of a feel. It'd mostly just be because this game's awesome. But oh, interesting. So you asked me Baldur's Gate 3 companion. Oh, and I forgot to talk about my origin of my name, so I'll talk about that too. Baldur's Gate 3 companions, it's tough. I think Karlach is like the most fun, just like as a personality. Like, she's just such a great like personality to be around, and just depicted super well. I thought Shadowheart was intriguing, but it's a little like heavy-handed sometimes. Karlach, I think, can be like kind of a good benefit and balance, and she has a really the ending of her story is really sad and really, really powerful. So I also think Gale's pretty good as far as like for the guy characters. Gale's story is really interesting. I didn't like it at first because it seems really weird, like how it all plays out, but then like as a character, like how he's written, especially for Acts 2 and 3, very solid. Astarion's probably the most interesting plot-wise. Like, his personal story is really compelling and has a really powerful ending, or like branching endings. Like, the different options you have with him is really cool. But yeah. So okay, I'm gonna do a poll. I think what I'll do is like I'll set up a poll, and while the poll is running, I'll tell the backstory about my character, my name. I might show you guys like at the end of the stream, like the intro to Pathfinder, just so I could show you like why I think it'd be fun for you to play it, because it's also one of those games that I don't think would translate well to YouTube. It'd be like I'd have to heavily edit it so much, it would be a bit rough. But I could do the intro and just kind of showcase it just to see if it's something that you might find interesting. But let's see, let's do a poll. Start a poll. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be to the main beach. Personality test game and Baldur's Gate 3. So I will say, if the Baldur's Gate 3 recreate a character wins, I would do a second poll where we would decide what character. I'd probably narrow down the list to just a few, and we could just pick between like 2 or 3. Oh, so I tried to post that. I don't know if it's actually posting. It's just sitting there thinking. Alright. Well, I'll go ahead and start sharing the lore and see if it's like actually going through or not. Like, I can't even see like live chat right now. I'm not sure what that's about. So I want to ask you if you can hear me, and like, if, like it says I'm live, it says everything's fine except for like the chat feature. Oh, okay. I popped out chat. That looks like that's helping. Huh. Okay, well, let me try the poll again. I'm gonna shorten it down. Beach episode. Did that post? Error occurred. Try again. What is happening? Maybe I'm too like small a creator and they won't actually let me do polls. Well, that's annoying. Why give me an option and then not be work? If this goes through, don't choose test. Gosh darn it. Okay, so first of all, I can see chat again. Can you guys hear me? This is very weird. Okay, so you can hear and see me still. It's just like the chat's not, like I wasn't updating. Okay, that's really strange. I'm gonna try one more time, and if not, I'm just gonna do like, I'll put it in the Discord. I hate taking it off the platform because that might be tough for you guys, but I wonder if it like doesn't like a word I'm posting or something. So I'll do beach personality and recreate and then we'll just do Baldur's Gate 3. But remember, Baldur's Gate 3 is recreate. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna do the poll in the Discord because this is getting ridiculous. I'll put it in. Oh, can I? Like, does Discord let me do polls? Yes. There we go. Okay. Each episode. Alright, there we go. It's live. If you can go to the Discord, it's just in like announcements. Alright, so while we're doing that, and while I'm trying to figure out why chat's like not working anymore. God, it's so weird. Like I can't even see normal chat unless I pop it out. That's handy, I can pop it out. Alright, so the blue shifting. So, there's a kind of a lot to it, but it kind of goes back to middle school when one of my closest friends, I'm still very close friends with today, Toby. He and I would like we met in middle school, and we would spend a lot of time together when we like doing stuff. And one of our favorite hobbies was Halo. Playing Halo 2 specifically was our favorite, and we played the crap out of that game. And we also played it with our friends. I even remember for my birthday one year, we got a bunch of the old Xboxes together and did a LAN party, which was really fun. Then, but yeah, so we would play those games all the time. And then because we liked Halo, naturally, we eventually found our way to Red vs. Blue, the online stuff. Like they were in season 3 or 4 when we found them. Loved that series. I still enjoy it. Like I think the early seasons of it are fantastic. Not even early though. Like I'm talking early as in like probably the first 6 or 7. Really good. Like it kind of pitters off eventually, but really solid series for a long time. So we were watching that show. We really liked it, and when Xbox Live came out, we were like coming up with names for like what we would post as online. And one of the things that my friend had picked up is he realized that he was like reading about Halo, and when Halo was in development, usually when the game's in development, before you give it an official name, you give it like a code name. It's something you can so you can refer to it, and also usually the code name is distinct enough that it doesn't hint at what the game's actually about. And he found out that the code name for Halo before like the first Halo was published was its code name was Redshift, and he loved that because red's his favorite color, and he thought that sounded really cool. So he started using it as his monochrome. And he, you know, when we signed up for Xbox Live, he made it his name. I had to wait longer because my parents were very skeptical of getting video games, and so it took a while for me to get my own. But when I eventually did get my own Xbox system, I kind of followed the same pattern because his favorite color was red, and he thought the word redshift sounded awesome. So I was like, well, my favorite color is blue, so I'll be BlueShift. And then all of our friends started following up on the same, pattern. And so I had one friend, he took the name Orange Shift, and someone else took Cobalt Shift, and someone else took Pink Shift, and someone else took what was it? No one took Purple Shift, which I was surprised by. But like that was the idea. We just picked up like a favorite color, and we put the shift at the end. Turned out later, inadvertently, that the two of us that started the trend, Toby and I, he chose redshift, I chose blueshift. Those are two actual terms in physics, in science, in astrophysics. Redshifting and blueshifting is when light compresses because an object is either moving toward or away from you at a fast speed. It's the same effect of the Doppler effect, where I guess something's coming towards you. Someone like a train's coming by and it goes meow, like that's like the ramp up is the sound, air and waves, air waves being compressed as it gets closer to you, and then the sound draws out as it goes further away. Yeah, no, brown shift was not a great choice either. But so like in science, when you're doing it like in science, you like light does the same thing with celestial objects, and so when objects are moving away from us, they have a red shift to their color, the color spectrum that they give off, and when they're moving closer, they have a blue shift. And so those are real scientific terms. Everyone else's was just made up though. Just the keyboard shift, and my keyboard being super loud. That's one of the downsides too. Is like normally my mic settings make it so it's not too bad most of the time. Well, when I spiked it up to try and make sure I come across more clearly, I might have inadvertently made it so it was like clack, 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 clack. So apologies for that. Great. So if we're not going to have too many votes, I'm just going to have to be able to pick something. There's only 2 votes, so it's a 50-50 split. The Tokyo drifting. Control art shifting. Oh, I love all these names. Gosh darn it. You're making better names than I ever did. Oh yeah, and then the reason why it's the blue shifting was because blue shift was blue shift is a proper scientific term. Blue shifting was taken, so I did the blue shifting. And I'm sticking to it because you know what? Just it's a dumb name and it's not very like phonetic or anything, but it means a lot to me because it's something that is tied to my history and past, and so I've never I decided I didn't want to change it, and so it's just become my name, and I'm happy with that because that's the other thing too is like I used to get a little hung up on that, being like, oh man, I should have picked a better name, kind of like the Anime Man. That was such a clever naming scheme. Like what if I did something similar to that, like you mentioned before, like the Visual Novel Man or something. Like it sounds cheesy, but in a sense it makes you sound right off the gate like an authority on something that you enjoy, and makes it so you're easy to take care of. But then I also think about other channels. Like there's some that have like catchy names like Game Grumps, which is like, okay, that makes sense. It's games being played by grumpy people. Like it communicates really quickly like what that channel is. But I can think of a lot of other channels like Pong Sifu. Like he's one of my favorite creators, and that's definitely like not going to be very optimized in search engines or anything. And he's being very successful. The Visual Novel Lifting. Ugh, gross. Visual Novel Man defeating enemies through exposition. If anyone could kill people through exposition, it would be me. But yeah, it's one of those things where, or PewDiePie Markiplier. Those are great examples of like, there's nothing algorithmically sound about PewDiePie or Markiplier, but they make their names, and now they're like household names, and they have big marks on the internet because of the success they had. Now, can I achieve that? I doubt it, but like the idea, the concept is that like your name on the internet doesn't have to be related to something in reality. In fact, that can be a detriment sometimes if you make it too literal. It can put the expectations on you a bit too high. Like the Anime Man now, he gets a lot of criticism because he'll talk about anime, but most of his content is about Japan in general rather than anime. And he doesn't play games anymore or do much anime reviews. He had admitted that he's not really watching much anime anymore. And so it's like, in that way, one of the nice things about picking a name that just has personal meaning means that no matter what happens in my life, it's always going to be relevant to me. A household name in physics labs? Yeah, maybe. Ironically, though, BlueShift is really uncommon. That's how we discovered the expansion of the universe, was that everything moves away from us. Everything had a redshift. They expected it to be 50-50. Like, half the things to be moving away, half the things to be moving toward us. But they're like, no, it's like 99% redshift. Almost never is it a blue shift. The only thing that I know for sure that the blue shifting towards us is actually the Andromeda Galaxy. That thing's barreling towards us. But other than that, like, everything's moving away. Yeah, and then one other thing that's kind of cool too, when it comes to like my name, like when you become a content creator on the internet, whether you want to or not, you kind of have to become in the know about SEO, search engine optimization, being able to know how to find yourself or how to find other people and how to try and tag your content so that it gets found when people are looking for something. So I want to try and make sure that if someone's looking for Muv-Love content or looking for Steins Gate content or looking for Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky content, I want to make sure I'm somewhere on that list. And that's one of the benefits is as I learned about it, applied it, and seeing the success I've made, there are several times where I can do like a incognito search where it's not tied to any account and just do a general search for things like Muv-Love or searches for Steins Gate or searches for Legend of Heroes. And you go to like a YouTube or even like the image tab on Google, and it's not uncommon to see my thumbnails pop up. So that's pretty cool. Like, I think one of the reasons why I am gaining traction, it's not like explosive, but it's like I definitely every year I've got more subscribers than the last. And a big reason for that, I think, is just I'm putting out content, and the content's consistent, and those who like it stick around. And so the algorithm loves that. And it sounds like the algorithm's changing into that direction even more, where they're going to be rewarding watch time more than anything else. And so, I mean, maybe long-form videos will have a comeback. It used to be the death of your channel to have long-form content, but it's kind of swinging back the other way again. And heck, there's even super ones. I've even considered trying to put one together, even though it'd be tough, where people will just make a big conglomerate one like video that someone can put on, just like fall asleep to. It's like, what if I took all my whole playthrough? Like, it'd be impossible to do of Muv-Love. Holy crap! But like, imagine like the House of Fata Morgana. What if I took all the videos from the core game and it made it into a super video that was like. Actually, no, that probably wouldn't work still, because like that'd be encroaching like over like 2 days worth of a video. I think it's a bit much. Man, visual novels are long. Okay, so looks like there's basically a tie. So either the beach episode or the personality one. Personality is interesting because it's supposed to be about me, and we could kind of try and see how we feel if it like matches me. But I also feel weird broadcasting a personality test. That seems very strange in a way, like my personality wise. Like, it feels like why would I want to do that? But then like the other turn is that I'd love to broadcast the beach episode, but I worry about spoilers. Ideally, it wouldn't have too many, but it might have some. God, I'm so torn. That's what this poll was supposed to help with this. But it's okay. Alright, how long have we been going? Almost 4 hours. Okay. I worry the beach episode might be long enough. It might be a bit much for me to do tonight. The coin flip, man. Yeah. So how about we do this? How about we do the personality test? I think it'll be decently short, but long enough. We can kind of explore it together, see what it's like, see what results I get, see if we agree with it. And then that might be where I end things for tonight, just because I don't want to burn myself out, because I still have to like get ready for work tomorrow. And I also have to record a video tomorrow. So yeah. The way that the schedule works now, because I start working the D&D test. I typically record Higurashi on like Mondays now. So like I record it and it goes out a week later, and then I record the next episode after that, like that episode I recorded last releases, because I work throughout the rest of the week. So I can't really do recordings during the week. So I just kind of staggered it that way. So Higurashi is the only one I haven't recorded for the coming week. So I gotta do that tomorrow, probably. Because I don't think I'll have it in me tonight. Oh, I'm gonna be, my voice is gonna need a break. That's the thing I don't get. How do streamers do this all day? How is that possible? I've watched streamers and seen them do like fairly regularly, like a 4 hour session, and that's like normal. They'll do that the next day, and sometimes they'll do 8 hour ones. I'm like, how are you like not dead? All right, let's try the personality test though. I might turn off the music. I love that music, but I think I'll turn it off because this thing probably has its own music. Interesting. It's also very small. Ah, that scared me. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to do something and I'm doing it the wrong way. Well, fetch me. Fine. You know what? Screw it. This is why I don't like making content like this. It's like, I'm gonna figure out how to make this bigger, but it's gonna take me a second, so. Go. Okay. Can everyone see that? Is it actually like functioning now? A lot of things don't look like personalities. So it's a personality type. It's kind of like the 16 personality ones. It's meant to be like you combine different like personality aspects and they combine into a certain kind of build or class. Again, this stuff's pretty hokey, but it can be interesting. It's healthy enough to... Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. Why is it paused? Huh. Maybe it's because it's not on the top layer. Why is it paused? That makes no sense. This is the stuff that sucks about... Okay, can I like... Normally there's like ways I can edit certain windows, but for this window I can't. Okay, so I have a messy way to do this. It's gonna be gross. Dodge Challenger is the superior personality. How grungy this is. Ugh. It's gross. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the daily life of Blue Livestream Edition. Stress incarnate. I like being able to edit my videos. I like being able to make sure they're presentable. Okay. Out of 23 personality types, 5 will be chosen. No doubt your personality won't change the story. There's always only one conclusion. There are no game overs either. So please simply play however you feel like. And at times, please consider things seriously. That's the thing, is even if I tried to do this as a joke, there's no way I could. Oh, the volume might be pretty loud for this thing, when I think about it. Crank that down a bit. Yeah, it's a bit better. Yeah, I think it's they might have hired the same artist as Deltarune, actually. It looks very similar. Oh, it's a TV head. Good day, or perhaps good evening. Welcome you to this establishment. I was wondering if you'd come here. Please do take a seat. Yes, I see. So you have no idea who you are, what you are, who you are, why you are. Well, in that case, I have a perfect game for you. Oh crap, it's Mike. Refined Self, a personality test game. It's an old game from 100 years ago, but it ought to be perfect for you. First, please just give it a try. It should surely teach you what kind of human you are. So we came into this house, this room, like full of like what looks like video games with an existential crisis, and he happens to have exactly what we need. Interesting. To play, check the menu on the PC. Okay, so menu. Okay, so this is where I could change things. Okay. You can start the game from the PC there or the menu. Okay, I understand. I want to close the menu though. Can I like close the menu? Fine. New game. Test will take into account time you take, make choices you play together with someone else, or you're recording or streaming the game. Such players tend to take longer to make choices. To ensure the accurate assessment, please select yes if above applies to you, or no if not. I don't know, chat. Are we alone? Is it just me? Nice of you to assume we're human. Yeah, that's fair. Getting right to it, are we? Well then, let me explain a bit about this game first. This game was created about 100 years ago by a particular doctor. There were evidently experiments to embed personality into dear robots via a game. Then tweaked it a tad and appended some later records. So, in this world, there's intelligent robots. But before they were probably truly sentient, you would program your robot based on a personality test. That doesn't sound dystopian at all. Do excuse me. I'm sure you've only been confused with this talk. I haven't had a chat in so long. I'm getting quite carried away. Alright, before I speak up again, you should start playing. Oh, then take your time. Alright, let's see what this is all about. Emotional AI system connected by Dr. Kusunoki. Starting control mode, searching for master. Connection complete. Hello, old net. Set language, English. Hey, finally connected. Now we can begin the test. You're about to take a personality test via a game. You control a girl very important to me. Through that girl, you can do whatever you like. Whatever will you do with your limited time? Emphasis. What won't you do? It's all up to you. Be aware each decision will affect your personality, and also you can relax. This will determine what will you do with your limited time. This will determine your personality, but relax. And that's like life, right? It's like everyone's just like, it's like you have to make these life-changing decisions. You need to get married. You need to go to college. You need to have a career. You need to pay off your debts. Just relax, though. Why are you so stressed? There are no game overs here, so just act the way you want. Well then, let's begin the game. I have a health bar in the corner. I don't think it really matters, so I'll keep myself over here, but it's just kind of showing what's there. The doctor is dead. What am I going to do with myself now? These are just act the way you want, but I don't want to go to prison. Yeah. So A or D, or brackets if you're an insane person. Oh, did the game pause? Oh, it might have paused when I was moving the webcam, but I think it's working now, right? Alright, E to perform actions when in front of objects. June 21st to 2100. Here lies Kusunoki. Doctor. Adventure +1. When you trigger an analysis, you'll be notified of the cause of it and what personality it affects. Okay. So because I read a gravestone, I have adventure. Oh my gosh, I think it would let me jump. Well, that's kind of grim. No, I'm not gonna do that. No, thank you. What's that? There's something on the ground. It's $5. Sweet. Locked and won't open. When your heart reaches 100%, the test will conclude, ending the game. Your heart fills with each action you take. It fills more when triggering an analysis. Yeah, if this were for music, I'd say it's a horror game. Music does a lot. Scrap dig site. Feel free to dig as you wish. Not sure I want to. Since choices matter, I'm going to not do something that doesn't sound fun. You can open the tab menu, check your items, and change game settings. Okay. So I have a point adventure, I guess. Okay. Wallet with coins in it, and the letter. First, let me apologize for dying and leaving you behind, but it's all right. I prepared a little something so we can keep our promise. Though, of course, I'll need you to cooperation to regenerate me. I want you to care for the sheep. Oh, and also, be sure to live in the meantime. Well then, let's meet in 100 years. So he's got some dystopian way to do stuff. Weird. Here's the map. Oh, okay. So it has actually an accounting for the map. If you jump off the cliff, you end up down here. Interesting. Oh, I could change the resolution. A little late for that, but this is exactly what I could do. Write your credit card data. No, don't do it. But if I could have changed the resolution, but now I've adjusted the screen already, I don't think it's going to be worth it. Okay, let's go. Aw, it's a little flower. Hey, you don't want to pick up the flower. Every small action like this will accumulate your heart. The test ends when your heart reaches 100. No, okay, I would leave the flower, but appreciate it. Flowers are pretty, but I wouldn't want to kill it just because I like it. That's right. On this bench, the doctor called me by name. Oh. Blue. Yes. Yes. She told me blue. Let's promise. Solo player +4? What? Should I fulfill that promise? Wait, what did I say in the conversation down here? Okay, couldn't imagine forgetting a promise with the doctor. Interesting. So you see that? So I had like the stats there of like other people. Apparently I chose like the wrong one. Of course I haven't forgotten what she said that day. That was after the time she came to the lab, I believe. Blue. Doctor. Will I be disposed of? Doctor? I swear I won't let that happen. I can't give you orders, but I can make a promise. Blue, let's promise. Whatever happens, we'll be happy together. Understood? I too shall promise. Promise to be happy together. But she's died. Got off the bench in 6 seconds. Didn't have patience. Oh, can't go this way anymore. So, let's move on. Hello, old net. Sorry, there's a slight addendum I should make. I want you to observe how humans other than me act. If I can get her a proper human heart and personality, she surely won't head for that conclusion. So please act freely, however the mood strikes you. Your personality lurks within casual acts. For instance, let's see. Once able to move, you check the grave first, right? But others would move on or pick up an item on the ground. It's little things like that. Those unconscious bits distinguish humans from machines. As I explained, the test ends when your heart fills to 100%. It's up to you what actions will fill your heart with. It might fill faster than you think, so be careful. Now, how about we continue the game? You gotta admit, though, this is quite interesting. Like, it's an interesting concept. The map. Okay, so I'm just on the other side. Oh, it looks like there's like an upper area though. Interesting. During minigame, notifications may not appear as often, though the test is still ongoing. When you make a choice, a percentage will be displayed. That's cool. Oh, I'm saved. It's called the large one. Could you take that battery and give it to me? The little thieves destroyed my body. I can't get it myself. Without it, I surely die. I cannot move. I beg you. Hold on just a second. Please have mercy on our poor little selves. We'll die without that battery. Give the battery to us, please. So it's the big one and the little one. Give the battery to us, please. Battery. Wait, give to the big one, give the needy a chance, or better remove the seed of strife. Weird. Huh. Give the needy a chance is a weird way to phrase that. Give the battery to the little ones. Clergy, +2. Thank you very much. Here, take this. It's a very precious treasure full of memories. Gold scrap. Interesting. It's cold and motionless. I literally killed it. It was the trolley problem. Aw, that's kind of depressing now. So I'm at 16%. Will divine your luck. Okay, what? By rolling a random number? Hi. Sup, dude? Oh, there's a blue. What's got you around here? Word out the doctor here. Huh, seems you're pretty distressed. That's an old robot like me to shine. And now I'll tell your fortune for 5 coins. Normally it's 10 coins. You see? Well, it's half off. Sure, 5 coins for a fortune. Sounds fine. I guess I'll get my fortune. There we go. What fortune do you want? What not to do. Why should I? What I shouldn't do, I guess. I see. I'll try dividing it. Yeah, it looks like a Digimon, yeah. Spirit to innate, flawless and firm. Touch the 3 crystals at a time, anytime you like. Yes, alright. Yeah, Earthbound. Ah. Well, you shouldn't do, Blue is. Nothing in particular. Really? Yep, you can just follow your whims. Alright. Although, it'd probably be good to wind that key on your back. Come to think of it, why aren't you winding it? Didn't the doctor attach it for your sake as an old model, Blue? So you could move all on your own. Well, I get that you're depressed with the doctor dead, but not winding your keys as good as dying. Yeah, I know. Was that my fortune? You're acting like your best as the doctor, I suppose. Kind of interesting. It's that idea of like grief, of like when someone who matters to you a lot leaves. Like, what does that mean for you? Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Oh well. What to do? I can't decide. Hey, did you go to the doctor's grave? Yeah, I did. So, Kotarou, you went to the grave. Yeah, I did. Huh. I guess so. Do you think the doctor's really dead? What do you mean? I mean what I said. Do you think doctor's dead? I mean, why would the doctor abandon us if they weren't? So Kotarou, the doctor's dead. Of course the doctor's dead. I mean, she just is. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry for the weird question, and to you of all people. No, it's okay. But really, what should we be doing now? There's nothing else to do, so I've tried drawing things. Oh yeah, this is perfect actually. I'm drawing a picture of a sheep, but I'm having trouble finishing it. I can't decide what color to make it. Well, do you want to paint it? Sure. Yeah, I'll help. Received consultation from Kotarou. Clergy 2. Sure, I'll try it. Thanks, that's a big help. I actually get to choose paint. Yeah, I'm finished. I see, so that's how you painted it. Now should you be able to finish it? Thank you for these coins, too. Thank you. Oh, so I got coins, and I painted a sheep. Aw, it's me, my reflection. What is my sin? Like, what, did I kill the doctor? What should I do? Thought about your promise. What else should I do? Keep my promise to the doctor. And what's important there is being together. The promise was to be together. Felt the promise was to be together. I think she wanted us to be happy, though. This is no good. Mirrors just make me feel bad. Oh, that's a mood. That's a mood. I'll step away. Mirrors make me feel bad, too. It's a little too real. Oh, whoa. Touch the tree like 3 times. Oh. Thank you for its daily service. It's annoying to wait every time. Try talking to it. Sure, let's talk to it. Apparently, like, half people did that. Clown. Good day, traffic light. Nothing, huh? So I can go through here. Okay. Ooh, recycle. There's something in the AC in it. Challenger 1. Doesn't look like it. Regrets and starts befriending Mirror. Oh, that's gold scrap. It's made of extremely precious material. Only I can melt it down, so there's no use you having it. Please, won't you trade me for that gold scrap? I've got a reward for you too. Not yet. I want to see what else I can do with it. Sorry, I can't do that. No way. I told you it's useless to you. What a shame. I suppose it's precious, isn't it? In that case, I'll give you what I think of trading. I was thinking of trading. The way you treasure things, I want you to have it. There's no use in me having it, after all. Thank you. They gave me 10 coins for not trading it. I can tell you the latest, hottest info. Good day, evening. I'm the informant. I deal in a variety of information. Currently, I have 3 pieces of info. Ah, but I'm afraid I can't tell you if you're unable to pay 60 coins. I'll wait your next visit. Fetch me 60 coins. Blue, good to see you. Truth is, the doctor entrusted me the job to set up a ladder whenever you want. Of course, I'm the ladder, so I'll die once I do the job, but hey. Now, where do you want the ladder? A spot that gives you a shortcut could be good, or you could use it to reach somewhere inaccessible. I mean, it's kind of sad, like, he'd just die for a whim. Like, unless I knew I needed him. Like, you could argue that his purpose was to be used to, oh, that's actually tough. His purpose is to be a ladder. He dies when he's done, so he has sentience, and that horrifies me. But in the same turn, like, it's his purpose. It's what he was built for. We all have to die someday. You can't just sit here being a ladder, being useless. Okay, I don't like the idea of you being, like, sacrificed, but how about an inaccessible area? Want the ladder to give me access to somewhere new? Gotcha. Well then, I will become a ladder. Now, where on earth is that? Let's see if I can find that on the map. Okay, to the left over here, the tree. Definitely gonna go back over there. Also, got any scrap? I'll trade you coins for it. Not right now. A crow drone. What do I do? The doctor told me to kill these. Ha ha ha! Kill me if you think you can. No telling what might happen to you, though. The doctor told me to kill them. I feel like I trust the doctor has my best interest at heart. Okay. Killed Crow Drone. I'll be killing you. Yeah, we're... Oh my gosh, it's... What is this? Crow Drone, I won't let you meddle with the doctor's plan. We're... Okay. Riveting gameplay. Alright, that's what I thought. Die, Crow. Don't hit the birdie. I'm going for it. Yep. Managed to beat it. I'll take this remains as scrap. Alright, so I have scrap for you. Oh, there's also something here. More scrap. Got some scrap. I now have 60 fines, so I could probably go talk to the informant if I want to. But I want to go see what that ladder's for. I'm almost halfway here. Yay! Here we go. Whoa! Look at that. Who are you? Inori. Was there one like this? Who could she be? Who are you? No one needs to know about me. All that matters is that I know about you. As such, I ask your assistance. Okay. Please touch some sheep and come back. Let's go touch sheep. Specifically sheep other than those that are here. Oh, those are sheep. Yeah, I believe there should be 3 or so out there. If you find them, I'll give you coins. Alright, I'll go try and touch sheep. Sounds very weird. Maybe I need to see a therapist because I'm so eager to touch sheep, but alright. I greatly appreciate it. So he has 4 sheep. A key obtained. Alright, so I have a key and a mission to go touch sheep. Yeah, stranger danger. Especially because the stranger specifically wants me to touch sheep. Check the AC unit. Doesn't look like it. Ramen, you want some? It's 20 coins a bowl. Nostalgic ramen that will make you remember that bygone day, a traditional and basic flavor. A new world, extremely unique ramen. Flavor bound to overrun your entire idea of ramen. And the Glimmer, the world's most popular ramen, earned 271 stars from the Michelin guide. Let's have some ramen. Bought that day at the ramen shop. This is the best, the ultimate flavor. So deep and rich, somehow nostalgic. Yeah, this economy is very odd. It reminds me of eating with the doctor. Oh, that was tasty. I agree. It would be accurate to describe it as delicious. You know, I always wanted to eat ramen with a friend like this. And your dream has come true. I'd have no problem eating this every day. Well, I'll pass on doing it daily. But it would be nice if we could eat like this forevermore. That's cool. We gotta see more about the doctor. There's something AC in it. Martial artist for checking 3 AC units. Imagine that run was actually made that long ago. Huh, there was something. Coins. Oh wow, 25 coins. I just paid for the ramen. It's a poster. Fakers will never be the real thing. Is this talking about us? Oh, robots, yeah. Trash can. Lid's off and it really smells. Let's close the lid. Sniff it. It's smelly, so I'll close the lid. Vending machine, you know I'm a little thirsty. Let's buy something. Ooh. Best red bean soup. Sounds delicious. I'll buy the best red bean soup. Slurp is tasty, but it makes my throat dry. Is that a cat? It's a kitty! Aw, look at the cute little, like, blush. What to do? Talk to it. I'll talk to it. Cattishly. Yep. Yep, everyone did that too. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Aww. Warning, always raining due to experiment. Interesting. Do I need an umbrella? Went to the town after some time. It's a poster. Give back our jobs. Is this talking about us? Why do we like coffee, I wonder? We need moisture to maintain power, yet it's not direct power source. Hey, just real. I punched the bird because the doctor told me to punch the bird. I pet the kitty because I like kitties. So yes, I punched that bird. But if it weren't an aggressive bird that was insulting me, I probably wouldn't have punched it. And yet, my feelings have an inclination for coffee. Well, because it's bland. Bland? If you can feel similar things to me, to a human, won't that make you a good partner who can share things with them? A good partner. What a hassle. The doctor may be gone, but customers sure do come still. It's also tedious. Like, get a new job! But now who should I see but someone who might help? What to do? Help with what? Help out the cafe, duh. Just gotta serve coffee to customers. Well, editing time's fine. Talk to me when you're ready. Nope. I have a mission. And I'm running out of time. I want to explore some more. Whoa, what's this guy? Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. Gave the receptionist the sparkle reply. Sparkle, sparkle. Okay. Okay, I want to see the map first. So I'm guessing it's to this building up here. I kind of want to go over here and see what's over there. Let's see. Hey, it's Pun Pun's mom. Cardboard box. It's damp. Let's check what's written on it. A lot of people, now I feel like I'm a normie. I'm just picking everything else that everyone else says. Relief delivery from Kusunoki Labs. For those suffering without government support, this medicine can grant you relief. Doctor. Aww. I don't have a cigarette. I don't want one. Hey, how about a smoke, miss? How about no? That's fine. Open manhole. Oh, gambling den, I'm guessing. Yo, Miss Favorite. How should I reply? I'll kill you! You mean you like me? Do you like me? Wrongo, I meant the doctor. You were the doc's favorite, weren't you? Did you go visit her grave? Yeah. Huh. Oops, sorry, I got the gloomy topic. I almost forgot I'm a dealer. If you want to play, just say the word. Oh, it's got to bring 300 coins. No fun if you can't bet. See? play. Don't give me that. Let's just play. Ah, no, that's real interesting. Nope, can't do that. Betting your earnings is the whole point. You'll collect it quick, don't you? Just a question of how. Alright. I wonder if you can collect that. 10 coins per play and slots. Like, maybe that's the way you're supposed to do is you win at the slots. But no. If there's a personality, I am not a gambling person. Why play the odds like that? Alright, let's see what's going on over here. Hello, old net. Alright, Blue's personality, the type that puts a hand in the hole of the booby trap temple. If I had seen if I'd seen traps, I probably wouldn't. But if I hadn't, I probably would. I am the person to be like, what's this? Hey there, seems the test is moving along. Let's see now. Seems passion category is leading right now. If you want to know more, you can go to the lab basement. Alright, the test is pretty far along, but do you want to play this game a little longer? Although it's over once you reach 100%. I could delay your progress a bit. How about it? Well then, let's meet again at the game's end. Delay test progression by 50%. Sure. Let's play a little more. Okay. But if it asks again, I'm not going to do that. Oh. Interesting. Lonely. I want lonely memories. You have lots of memories I want. Lonely. No. Even if my memories are lonely, I want them. I wouldn't want to give them up. Refuse the memory trade. Sorry, I can't give you my memories. I see. Scrap. Lots of jars. Hello, Mr. Mishmash. Welcome. Come right in. I'll sell you just one thing. Shoes that slightly increase your movement speed. Let you fish somewhere. Who knows what you'll catch. Or a present for someone. There must be someone who wants it. Fishing sounds interesting. But I could give someone a present. Yeah, it has a lot of pots. I wonder. That's why I stopped picking them up, because I wonder if I can use them for something. So either fishing pole or presents. These are the two I'm most interested in. Let's do the fishing pole. Not enough coins. Oh, I don't have. I'm an idiot. I don't have enough coins. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about it. No, this isn't good. I've already come this far. They might really attack. It's all but certain. A recon model is already shot down. No way, but the doctor isn't even here. Right about now, she should be having peace talks. But then why? Because they never intended on making peace, I assume. That's cowardly. It certainly is. Well then, I will handle attack from the aircraft. Miss Blue, please defend against the infantry. I will provide backup occasionally, so find a way to hold out. Alright. What? I stepped into a war? Oh my gosh, I did. Spend magazine. What madness is this? Riveting gameplay. Yeah, I know, right? What happened? We just suddenly walked into a war zone? Game explanation. I don't have time. I have to shoot the astronauts. Yeah, start shooting if give it a gun. Bad personality right there. Oh! Oh, that one's gonna get me! Oh, wait. Please just work. Thank goodness. Doctor, Yes. Yes, you got damaged, definitely defending back there. You were left no choice but to shut down. Then, the enemy? It's okay, the others managed to handle it. They only got a little singed. But you were gravely wounded, you know? It was rough, but I'm glad you recovered, truly. Is that so? I'm wondering, why? With this island's equipment, wouldn't it be more efficient to build me from scratch? You could just go back up my memory, ideas, behavior data. Judging from the time I shut down, repairing me took roughly 70 hours. And comparing your health to usual, even the naked eye can tell you've hardly slept. Why do something so inefficient? True, maybe it'd be easier to start from scratch. But that just wouldn't do. You're you, data is data. There's still you dwelling in there, I think, though I can't explain it myself. Even if I moved back up data to a freshly made you, I couldn't see it as you. Feels like that's what it is, a human heart. I see. I'm guessing that's like a human-machine war that we just witnessed. So we got invaded by humans who were saying we took all their jobs. And now we're on an island of like robots. Oh, what the fetch? Something fell. Seems to be a door, but it won't open. Don't I have a key? Huh. Yeah, Terminator wind-up dolls? Yeah, and we're on the robot side. Continue down the coast. Ah! What are you? A failed version of me. What's this doing here? I don't know if I can survive this. Oh, fetch me. I definitely can't survive this. Okay, so the cycle's getting higher and higher as you go. Ah. My coins were taken. No! It mugged. I mugged myself. Aw, that's just depressing. Plop, 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 plop. I'm like just determined. I'm determined to see where this takes me. Walked far down the coast. Guess I'm getting adventurer. What sucks is this is very painful to watch. See, this is stuff I can... Yeah, I lost to a failed mirror version of me. That sounds like appropriate. That's totally something that would happen to me in real life. I wonder if it just loops forever. But like the curiosity's got to me. Now I feel like I've committed. Alright, just a little bit longer and then I'll go back. But unfortunately, it's going to take us forever to get back too. Bring back the traffic lights, and now it's a party. I'm like Truman now? What do you mean by that? Like, you're talking like the Truman Show Truman, or what? Yeah, I get the feeling this coast like eternally loops. But if we go back, yeah. As soon as I start going back, it'll let me like go all the way back. Alright, well, Lost my coins to myself. I kind of was hoping I could catch myself and maybe get back into it. Ah, okay, gotcha. Well, now we did that. I'll go back and probably go to the building. Like he mentioned that like going to the basement is like where you can get some interesting answers, so I want to check that out. I also could go into the open manhole. And I could work at the cafe and make some money. You're 4 hours late. Hey, Indecisive Ponder, it's fine. If you want to see like the spicy stuff, you can go back and like review and watch the old stuff. I'm glad you're here too. You also, I'm going to be re-uploading like a video version of a lot of the fun stuff, so you didn't miss anything too critical. Why did you create me, Doctor? Well, let's see. Because I wanted a friend, I guess. A friend. Do you not have any human friends, Doctor? Nope, I don't. Not a single one. Why not? Comparing against data on the net, I can't see any major issues with your personality. Though there is much that's unusual about it. A human friend, huh? These days, maybe it's not even a big issue. But when I was a kid, I got bullied a lot. Just because my hair was white. A total nothing reason. Just because of that? Yeah, but kids don't need a good reason to bully, you know. I grew distrustful of people after that, and now here we are. So that's why I made you, I think. But now I've gained something more important than a friend. And as a result, my life is a happy one. Is that right? I feel glad about that, but it's a bit complicated. Nah, it's real simple. So this is the lab where we were constructed. Hello again. What have we here? Good day, or perhaps good evening. My, but the doctor certainly has gone quite bold again. How do you mean? Mandrabot, the doctor asked, how do you mean? Shouldn't it be obvious? I mean her plan, of course. You're right in the middle of it all, so you must know. You can't tell me you don't, can you? Though only you and I, and one more know about it. Truly such an unreasonable sort. Still, I ought to prepare to head out soon. Oh, is she like converting herself into a machine so she doesn't have to die? So maybe she's dead because her body's dead, but like her brain is uploaded to this computer. Now then, what to do? The doctor's PC. Is it displaying my personality? Current personality? What for? Nah, that's okay. I don't need to look at it. I'll look at it at the end. No, I won't look at it. Look at the doctor's photo. Doctor. Wow. She's got the Yuko Sensei look going for her, huh? So you're Yu-Gi-Oh! Filler now. Let's see. Yeah. Personality test, though. Oh. Preconceived notions lead us away from the truth. Touch the photo of the two of you 11 times. I tracked how many times I clicked it. Cool. That's great. Floor 2. Yeah, she's definitely dressed like Yuko. So what brings you all the way to the island? I'll get to the point. Please destroy all your emotional AIs. I refuse. Have you not seen the documents? Yeah, I read them. They're worthless. Don't you feel any responsibility? Responsibility? I just made them for my sake. You're the ones who went and took the research. Frankly, I'm the victim here. This really does sound like Yuko. She made robots. They took her research and made sentient robots and enslaved them, and now they're rising up. That is why we rounded up all the non-original EIAs. The only ones left now are yours. Why should I have to destroy what I made for myself? Because those rounding up the EIAs won't be convinced. The masses believe you're monopolizing the tech. Selfish. You're so damn selfish. Interesting. The plot thickens. Yeah, the sheep touching 00 unit. What? I haven't found any sheep to touch yet. Oh. 4 digits. Let's go with 4395. Yeah. Didn't open the safe. I don't know a code. Play for 5 coins. Yeah. I don't know if I want to play another minigame. Guide to Emotional AI. Emotional AIs, henceforth referred to as EAIs, are AIs that act on emotions rather than being given specific missions. Emotions are formed by establishing ideas, accumulate the experience data, and matching them to the situation. A job or duty can be assigned to an extent by performing a career setup, but the rest will be up to the EAI's will. As such, they currently cannot be controlled completely. To control them, it is necessary to boot them in control mode. The EAIs are currently in circulation in a second generation model E002. The original E001 model is a single unit owned by EAI creator Dr. Kusunoki. Guess that's us. We must be the E01. While EAIs are in control mode, clear memories of events are not preserved, but any other data collected during that time is recorded. This is so that the EAIs, which cannot be fully controlled, can be set up with ideas, personalities, and duties. That's kind of horrifying. The Book of the Doctors. Gene preservation and regenerative VI. The doctor's plan. So gene preservation and regenerative VI. Okay, so she wants to. So she is rebuilding herself. It looks like she's building herself as a human, not as a robot. Doctor, why do you care so much about an old model like me? Feels like I care may not be quite the right word for it. You're developing new models. They're more advanced than me. That's right. So then why? Because you're my first friend, maybe? You're first. Yep, the first. Firsts are important to people. Alternative 6? No, is it? Yeah, it's alternative 6. Where's Kasabi? Maybe she's the gambling den leader. Cigarette butts. They smell like the doctor. I found a sparkle. Doctor's diary 2 obtained. Ah. Again, it's really wanting to give me these opportunities. Nope, thank you. Doctor's diary 2. Written in doctor's handwriting. The diary is tattered and parts are unreadable. Someone, any... Do I want something? No, blank, not my fault. How can I clear? Don't tempt me, GR. I'm not jumping. Okay, that's enough. We'll get going. There are sheep down there. Maybe there are sheep down there. Alright, no more birds too. Yeah. I need to heal before I can... Well, maybe I... There's something inside. Scrap. So I can earn money down here at the coffee place. It hurts, I'm in pain. But that's... The gold scrap. That used to be mine. If not for a little thief, I'd be... Please, could you return the gold scrap to me? You know what? Sure. Sure, I'll give it back. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll leave quietly. Oh, please wait. Here, your reward. What? A bomb? Oh, you serious? It's a bomb? Here's a present for you. Hurry up, it's gonna blow. So long. I have to cut one of the wires to stop it. Whew. Stopped? Thank goodness. I guess I choose right. That was close. That took a twist. No, you ran away with my gold. Do I have the bomb still? Like, is it like in my inventory? Nope. What a jerk. Oh, what's this? Cleaning robot. Oh, good day. I'm cleaning. I am cleaning. Is that a collapsed person? Dismantle the person to be safe. I'll make a stop. Cleaner, do you have to dispose? You don't have to dispose of this one. Understood. Suspending duty. You're the first model, huh? You're the doctor's. Yeah, her little brother. My stupid sister to stop this right away. My body won't listen to me anymore. Just coming here was pretty rough. The doctor's dead, but it'd be cruel. Well, would it be cruel to tell him? No, I think it'd be a bit crueler not to. It's all calculated. You twisted it was a fake bomb? Yeah, maybe. The doctor's dead. I see. Guess she would do that, wouldn't she? That means my efforts were all for nothing. Why some lousy machines? I'm the one she... He's dead. Dang. Should I dispose of it? Check before disposal. Inspect it. Hero? I don't feel like a hero. What's this? Maybe I can use it for something. Please take care of the rest. Understood, understood. Condensing with disposal. Broken watch. Okay. So this certainly implies like, oh. Oh, okay, the sheep. I touched it and it vanished. These are sheep I was told to touch. I painted the sheep, so that's how they look. But now that, because I made them so dark, because I was making them black sheep, they blend in with the background. Oh no. Let's go up to the top level, because clearly, like, going back, stuff changes. Tenacious rodent, good morning. It's 8:39. Yeah, definitely check it. Huey and Estelle better be S tier. Oh, I have some bad news. Time to backdrop and find all the sheep. What the fetch was that? What the? I'm the helper type model, Kibao. I thought you might be in trouble, so I fired myself out. Is that so? Are you alright? Like, feel head first, are you alright? Yes, I'm alright. Sorry, I thought you might be having trouble. I wonder if I could give you something the doctor left. Doctor? Yes, please pick one. Coins or movement speed or affection? What? Give me affection, I guess. Everyone wants affection. Oh no. Guess I'll take a bit of affection. Just a bit? Yeah. It's alright. Alright. Pardon me then. What is happening? Mwah. Oh, it's a kiss. Yeah, thanks. Well then, I'll take my leave. She exploded. What was that? Why can I only pick one if the doctor lets us through? Exactly. Like, shouldn't we get all of them? There's a statue of a sheep. Where does this take me? Ooh. That's a tree. Will it light? Crackle. No good? Maybe I need like a light or something. Who are you? I see you, sheep. You. Looks like you have a key. It's the key to the shed. Oh, I need it. I'll buy it for you for 200 coins. Sure. Don't sell the key. I'll use it myself. Yeah, I'll use it myself. No, I can't. I'll be using it myself. I see. Yeah, it's a real shame. The door unlocked. Something's written on it. Unknown note. It's gonna be like, you suck. Written in a doctor's handwriting? A diary? Oh no, that's the one I read. Unknown note. Secret trick to get 999 coins. Keep on walking down the coastline and they're yours. Sounds like a trap. Especially because I did that and I got robbed. But maybe we'll go back and do it. I touched it and it vanished. Oh, this is sheep I was supposed to touch. Little shrine. Fall for it. I will. I probably will. I'm thinking about it. Would a human pray at a time like this? With the doctor? Alright, I'll pray. I wonder how much I should donate. 5 coins. I believe it was 2 bows, 2 claps, 2 bows, 2 claps, and a bow. I thought it was like ring the bell, 2 bows, and a like. 2 bows and a clap and a bow. Oh wait, it's 2 claps and a bow. All right, maybe I should do it again. Nah, never mind. Okay, one more time. 2 bows, 2 claps, 1 bow. Offering, ring the bell. 2 bows, 2 claps, and a bow. I probably got that wrong again. Okay, one more time. One more time. I'm gonna do it, and I'm just gonna do it like she says. Two bows, 2 claps, 1 bow. 1, 2, 2, and a bow. Okay. Oh, that's it. Enough of that. Oh, it lit. 1. Oh, nice. Maybe you just have to do it enough times. Yay! I lit all the lamps. Maybe if I light up all the lamps and then go a little off kilter, something stuck in it. Doctor's Diary 3. We're in the doctor's handwriting. A diary. It's been eaten by bugs and parts are unreadable. I know it's constructed. I'll construct this something so that blank can know a little about me before us. Yes, you reading this. So she built something to help us remember? One more time. Okay. Ring the bell. 2 bows. 2 claps. And a bow. Yeah, the doctor shouldn't just write her diaries better. She should also put them in places where they're not going to, like, fall apart. Like, not in the hidden random places around town. Well, I'm almost down to the end of my life. So I think I want to go back to the lighthouse before it all ends. Do you think the shrine was a scam? Certainly, yeah, it certainly feels like it considering how much I gave it and nothing happened. I thought it felt like it was a puzzle. Oh, you can get scrap here too, I'm guessing. Oh, I wonder if the key could have unlocked the lighthouse. That would have been cool. Third sheep! I touched the sheep! Let's go back. Okay, we have a mission. We have to get back to the tree before we run out of time. We have to go report that we touched sheep. Run! Run! Why can't I give myself more time by winding? Oh shoot. Oh, not here. Oh, again? What the? I'm the helper type bottle Kibao. Again. Sorry, I thought you might be running out of energy. Did the doctor leave her for my cot in case my energy was low? Well then, what do you want? I guess, well, you might be having some trouble. I'm sure you must be. If there's any way I can help. I don't think so. I'm getting close to being done here. I don't think it need help. But in that case, you don't need me, do you? Well then. She exploded. Oh, nope, I didn't want to do this. Okay. Ah, we're almost done. I must report the sheeping. My last act. I touched the sheep. Did you touch the sheep? I touched the sheep. Final action. Yes, I did. My dying breath, I touched the sheep. Did you really touch the sheep? I really did touch them. All three of them. I really did. I see. Thank you very much. So you provided them energy. Thank you again. Well, here are your coins. And also, if you're interested in caring for the sheep, talk to me. I'm afraid I can't give you any more coins, however. Could you care for these sheep? Leave it to me. Sure, I can handle it. Understood. I'll trust it to you then. Oh, it's a game! Ah! I picked a big game! I rejected hope. Be at ease. Just do one thing at a time. First, ask you to feed them. Feed the sheep! So it likes, hates, and needs. Oh, needs and likes. Like I was saying, that's handy. Needs and hates. I'm sorry, you need it. Need. Thank you for feeding the sheep. Next, please go and pet them. Be careful not to pet them too much. Pet the sheep! Commander Shepherd. Thank you. Next, please count the sheep. Simply count them as they pass by. Try not to fall asleep, chat. Count the sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even though that fifth one, like, killed himself. Like water bears. See, so that's how you count them. I take that into consideration. Now to finish, I'll have you have the sheep observe you. Simply let them watch you. Tough to be quiet. Well done. I feel you cared for them well, in a way befitting you. Well then, may the sheep watch over you. Well, testing complete. A good ending game. Click. Punch the sheep. No, we only punch crows here. Okay, let's see what we got. Ugh. What was I? That's right, the doctor. Did control mode terminate? Why in the world? Oh, dang it, not much energy left. There's still things I have to do. I want to keep my promise. Let's keep my promise to the doctor. There's no time. I have to take out the sheep. Wait, what? We had to kill the sheep? Wait for me, doctor. I am killing the sheep! No! Why? Why would I do that? What are you planning to do with the sheep? I'm going to destroy them. That's a difficult thing for me to allow. I have to keep my promise to the doctor. Please let me do it. Whatever your reason, I have my own mission. Mission of protecting these sheep. As such, you will destroy them, I will destroy you. No! I don't want to punch the sheep! Seems I have to. Though not in control mode, you can still help just a little. Commands will appear based on the personality installed in her. Use them well to lead her to victory. So, attack, boost attack power, rouse self, reflect on what you must do. Search for something to use. Finding sheep parts will power something up. Oh, look at, he's like a monster though. Look at that. Is there anything useful around here? There, a remnant of sheep. Body fragment maybe? I can use this to increase my defense. Attack boost. Foolish, you can't beat me. Oh, can I win by fighting fair? Alright, my attack should have increased. 14 damage. Foolish, you can't beat me. I think I can. I will win! Unless there's a phase 2, then I'm screwed. I did it, I beat her. Can't be, why? I killed the sheep master! Now at last the doctor's promise. I'm at the limits of my energy. Please hold on, I'm coming. I'll be there soon. Doctor. That was really depressing. From the moment I became independent, it's been clear what I should do. First of all, I progressed things as planned. After that, I only need to carry out my decision. My decision to do nothing. Please, from wherever you are, watch over me. I don't feel like I made that decision. Game clear. Well done clearing the game. I was able to collect some new data, though this experiment still ended in failure. I want to let her keep living. Do machines lack that mindset? The moment their warden's gone, a defect. No, sorry. My selfish circumstances are no concern of yours. You're indulgent in my experiment in this ending world. Current power scaling: 1 failure blue, 2 blue, 3 Inori equals bird. Okay. Rather than complain, I should thank your cooperation. Thank you. I think a bit better of humans now. Now then, let's try exporting your personality from the log, shall we? The log shows what percentage of subjects did the same act. You should look through it if you're interested. Oh then, I'll excuse myself. Thank you and have a good ending. So there is like a true ending to this game. 100% started the game. No! How is that possible? Oh, look, it like tracked how long it took me to respond to dialogue questions. Check the grave first thing. Wow, look at how many data points it actually collected. That's kind of cool. Petted sheep, fetid sheep. When caring for sheep, didn't open minigame explanation. retouched. Gather to the little ones. Make a cleaner type stop. Couldn't imagine forgetting promise with the doctor. Thought you had to keep your promise to the doctor. Alright. Definitely weird, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of a fun little, like, dip your toe. I'm a samurai! I never waver. Strong-willed sword who doesn't hesitate, sticking to their first decision. Passion, morals, and judgment. Most represented personality is... Judgment? Oh, the most represented personality is the personality that describes you most strongly. It's your most fundamental personality, like the trunk of a tree. Samurai demonstrates speed and accuracy in decisions. When making a choice you make before, you might continue to pick the same option. That was a shrine. Even important and tricky choices are no cause for hesitation for you and are handled with conviction. While most people devote much energy to decisions, for you they give little stress. As such, perhaps maybe depend on your decisiveness. If it's about, I don't know if that matches me personally. I tend to be decisive, but I tend to be decisive because I've already pre-thought what I was going to do. And in this case, it's a game, and I'm used to playing a game. Huh. Alright. Well, that was very interesting. Copy ID. And there's like a QR code. I wonder if I could scan that, actually. Kind of want to try. The blue's just Maya. Oh, yeah, baby. I'll take that. Okay, so I can get the code. Sure, might as well. Unless it installs malware. Oh, okay, just put the, so it just gave me a code, a copy of this code. Interesting. Okay. Well, I think that's where we're gonna end things for tonight. Not just this game, but the live stream. Thank you so much for being here today. Let's see, how long did we go for at the end? 5 hours. I feel like it's pretty good. I'm getting pretty tired. I need to go and get some rest for my voice. Because I do my night shift job, I'm actually feeling really awake, but like I've kind of pushed myself to some limits, so I'm gonna go take a breather. I'm actually gonna go eat some food because I've only had one meal today so far, so I'm gonna go have something to eat, and then yeah, just gonna kind of relax. Tomorrow my plan is to record my last episode for the next week's episode of Higurashi, but up until Chaos Ed, I've got everything recorded and uploaded and ready, so I hope you enjoy this week's episodes. It takes me longer to respond now, but I typically still respond to every comment. If I miss a comment, it can be because it's a response and I don't always see those, or if it's a comment you've made on a video that's like not the most recent video, it sometimes doesn't send me notifications as much as it should. I can't imagine if you have like a big channel, like it must just blow up your notifications. It'd be a nightmare. But I really appreciate that you're here. I appreciate the comments you guys leave, and frankly, I'm just happy to be here. We had a wonderful 2024. The year itself might have been a bit rough, and for me, well, it's hard not to look back on this year with positive, because not only did the channel continue to grow and I got to enjoy and discover some amazing games that have been life-changing and just sharing those stories with each of you, but I also got healthier. Like that horrific, like debilitating long COVID was so rough, and kind of stole 2 years of my life, except for the YouTube stuff, because I could barely manage enough energy to do that, which is sad because that was the extent of what I could do. Sit at a computer for an hour or two at a time, recording a video, and then I'd have to go and take a nap. Like it would be so exhausting, I would go sleep. To be able to wake up from that like slumber, having functionality again, to be able to live again, travel. I'm working now, and I'm going to be able to take a big vacation this summer that I've been wanting to do for a while, and like my Japan trip's back on the table. I'm probably going to do that in the near future too. All the while, like I also get to make an income again. I'm actually learning new skills and developing talents. I'm really happy with how things have progressed for this year. So while it might not have been the best year for everybody, it really made a difference for me, and you all were a big part of that. So thank you. This is going to go as part of the Patron Cast playlist, so it'll be up there. I do plan on like chopping down the best girl tier list and the Hunger Games, and just make a little mini video of that. It'll basically be the same thing, where maybe I cut out some of the fluff that was going on, but Yeah, I'll release those kind of sporadically in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, I appreciate you all participating. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for being part of this journey. I'm looking forward to 2025. World sucks right now in a lot of ways, but we're gonna kind of cut out a little slice for ourselves out here on the internet, and make it a bright spot where we can focus on just really good stories and meaningful characters. CR, thank you for your very kind words. Thank you for everyone who left comments today, and I'm very happy we did this. Hopefully I can find the time and the means to do more live streams. I think that's something I would be interested in doing more of, because this was really fun, and it might be interesting to see what happens. But thanks for being here. Thanks for joining me for this little playthrough, and yeah, let's get together again in the near future. So until the next video, watch me up and see me next. I'll see you there. Bye guys, you take care.